Good evening, everybody. Oh. This is the wine I meant to be drinking because it tastes a lot better than the wine I'm meant to drink in celebration. Night is a good night. Let's see here. A dog, just random person, Ryzen, Lugia, Ventus, Vanessa, Nathan, Kinra. Is it Kinra or Kinra? Volpe, Trep. And I think I saw Chris earlier. Beth, I saw earlier. Was there anybody else earlier that I missed? And Lynch. Yeah, got everybody there. And Ran, how's it going? Limecatcher, what's up? Oh yeah. Thank you all for the pre-stream love. And a konbanwa to you, Mr. Lugia. Hello, Rather Azure. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Rather Azure. Yep, there we go. Zara, what's up? Egg. All right. See if we can get through this chapter today. Awesome, what's up? I think what would be more appropriate would be to cosplay as something, because that's what I'm doing here, right? Essentially, cosplaying as a lawyer. I think for the Danganronpa trials, wouldn't it make more sense to cosplay as somebody from the game? The problem is I can't get, like, outfits ahead of time because I don't know what the characters even look like generally, except for maybe the face in those games until I start playing it. Cosplay, yeah. Although, I will say, this is a little more, like, Apollo's look is definitely more casual. I couldn't go to a courtroom and actually do this, but it's a lot in the game, so I'm gonna do it here. This is way more comfortable than what I'm normally wearing. So I could do something like this for the Danganronpa streams. Just to give it the air. Monokuma, I wouldn't be able to, well, I'd be able to see, kind of, but I'd be hot as fuck. Right. So I won't know anything until I get to that point. Even then, I don't know if I'm gonna want to dress up as any of them, or if I could even find, you know, the proper clothing to dress as any of them. What's up, JB? All right. Hopefully this is the last day, because I am ready for this case to end. It hasn't even really dragged. I've dragged it more than anything. You may have noticed I've been talking to chat a little more extensively during this case. It's because that's helping keep my attention. Because this case is just a mess so far. Still like the characters, you know, it's just the case itself is a mess. So. Now this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday, where it did not go down. This meeting is over, sorry. Can I repeat all this? Question is why? I think I know why. Apparently he does. Maybe I shouldn't, I forgot, but... I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. The Justice Dab. Eek! What was that? Oh, he's heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Yeah, that's what I thought. Valet Gamery! Using the door like an average muggle, no less. Ha 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 ha! Nice Harry Potter reference. I respect. I respect. I don't like you either. I don't like you either. Oh yeah, I did that joke last time. That was really funny though. What's up, Xenon? And Keith? So I don't want to discuss it on stream, not because I think you can discuss that sort of thing in an objective fashion that isn't taking political sides and you're just purely looking at the law. The reason I don't want to discuss it is because there's a lot more background and case law I would want to look at before commenting on it. I just don't feel like I can give a very good explanation on why I believe what I believe. And so in that case, I just would rather, you know, not say anything. Maybe by Saturday, I'd have more had time to look at that stuff a little more. I've just been busy with client work recently, so I haven't been able to look too much into it other than, you know, listen to what was actually said. It could have been that he didn't say Muggle in Japan. It's just something that they translated like that, but not sure. A new art program? What, like software? You know, I'm gonna give Dude props if he got a portrait of himself in the background before he died. Normally you don't get it until you die. Do I know gameplay wise, right? Without gameplay wise, just what you guys have told me. It's a first person shooter. Valet Gamery using, oh yeah, I said that already. Funny quip by Apollo in his head.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valet?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Bravo. Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. Fair? But before I go, a word of warning. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. Before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Truthy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. Wow. He poofed out of there.
And there he goes.
You sure seem happy about that illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one.
How about, I disagree. I'd really like to see how a very understated, subtle magic show would work compared to the boom, bangs, and, you know, Chris Angels of magic. Just give me something really subtle where it's just like an hour of subtlety. And I could hate it, but I'm very curious. I would pay to see it.
A big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually involves putting up things or the Eiffel Tower, anything really.
So he was talking about what we saw at the concert.
Landmark's disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by being at the root of all that happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Anvil raid. Oh, is this from Acme Studios? That would make sense. The Acme Anvil. Very nice. Thank you to Acme Studios for the raid. Let's see. I think this is you guys. I need to sub to you. I know Tara's a part of the channel. Who else is a part of the channel? Here, I'll add your command right now. Acme. Okay. There we go. Gotcha. So Leo, Tara, and then your brother. Nice. Very nice. Thank you for the raid. Let me thank everybody who came in. There's the link to their YouTube channel. Make sure to go check them out. I just subbed myself. Playing Phoenix Wright, so obviously I'm going to be interested in that. And it looks like you guys play Mario Maker and a bunch of other stuff too. So yeah, go check out their channel. Show them some love for bringing the raid our way. Who's all coming? Acme themselves. Phoenix, Tara, and the Gods. I swear I say your name every time I say it different, just a little differently. Yeah, we're now typing simulator temporarily. Yeah, guys, thank you for bringing the raid my way, much appreciated. Welcome. Thank you, dog. Yeah, for those that don't know me, my name's Twain. I am one of 4 people on this channel. I'm the primary streamer. Another one of our friends streams, and then the other 2 are mostly just involved in Let's Plays that we also do. We do a variety of stuff, but this is becoming sort of the most popular thing that we do, which is the Phoenix Wright series, because I'm a lawyer who likes to play games, an attorney that likes to play games, and apparently that means people want to hear me talk, which I wouldn't have ever expected, but I won't complain about it, that's for sure. We also, we variety stream on here and post Let's Plays and stuff, so it's more than just the Phoenix Wright stuff too. Localizations take a lot of freedom, especially with the cultural references. It makes sense. As long as you've got the gist of it, it's... The only issue with that is, like, I can't remember... It wasn't like the leet speak in the first game. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people that have no idea what that is, and eventually no one's gonna know what that is anymore. So, like, you kind of want to keep the references as classical as possible, as timeless as possible, so that, like, I don't play it 20 years from now and I'd be playing it for the first time. I'm like, what the fuck is this? They're not going to find that funny, and they're going to be like, well, they made a bunch of weird references that I didn't understand, and you want your game to be timeless. Not just for us millennials. Third-person shooter, not first. It's a shooter, right? Doesn't really matter to me if it's third person or first. 15 likes. We get credits for that. And were you guys streaming Phoenix Wright today? I saw that you guys did it yesterday, right? But I didn't see what you were doing, what you did today. Like in the middle of Justice for All. Is that what it is? Look at the prissy attorney learning how to play games. I don't know what accent that was supposed to be. Just consider it fictional high society from a country that doesn't exist. You did both the good and the bad ending for Justice for All. I can't remember if we did the bad ending or if we went back and did it. I know what the bad ending is, but I honestly don't even remember if we did that on stream or not. Was it French Italian? Believe me, I had no intention going into that. It just kind of happened, and I'm like, I don't know what that sounded like. Plot twist, nothing exists. Well, Mr. Nihilist, you can take your nothingness and go sit in the corner. Your nothingness keeps you company there. I didn't think we did, Trep. Today was Final Fantasy XII. Nice. I really like Final Fantasy XII. We were talking about that last stream. I think that's perhaps the most underrated of the Final Fantasies. It was a good game. Despite it being very different. Problem is people see Vaughn and Pinello and they don't give the rest of the game a chance, which I understand. They suck as characters, but the rest of the characters, they're very good. Hello to, is it Nerb Haya the Master? Is that how you say the name? On Twitch. I would be 40 based on the year? Oh, God. Well, there's my depressing thought of the day. Oh, right. Yeah, which I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. And I think somebody mentioned that if you didn't do that, you don't get that scene there, which was a great scene. I loved that scene. I'm so glad I got to see it. Excuse me, sir. Yes? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. This is really nice because when the court was running late, for us, we would never be told when there would be an estimated start time. It'd just be, well, you better wait until it's time to start. Because sometimes you'd be waiting for an hour, hour and a half. I waited once 2.5 hours for a hearing to start, which sucks for the client because I had to charge for all that time. Because I could have been doing something else, so I'm not charging for that time. Somebody might see that as scummy, but I'm literally there. I'm usually working on presentation anyways. I'm not just sitting there on my phone like, man, it sure is nice to make X amount of dollars an hour just going through my Facebook feed while I'm waiting for court to start for preparation that I've already done and will not look over again just to refresh myself. So that's not really a thing that happens, but oh, is that frustrating. And it normally screwed up. Our schedules are tight. Well, when you're a litigator, your schedules are tight. Since I'm not a litigator anymore, my schedule is more flexible, but when you were a litigator, you had other court hearings that you had scheduled. And you were like, you would have to have that court call the other court and tell them, hey, sorry, we're fucking running behind. He's gonna be a little late because of, because of this hearing that still needs to take place. I know somebody who the court, you could tell she was a pro. She had a great sense of time. It was good. We were running late, and she's like, man, I have another hearing in we've been waiting there for, I think, like a half hour already. She's like, I got another hearing in 15 minutes. You know what? I think I'm fine. I'm just gonna go there and take care of that hearing and then I'll be back. And I'm like, that's gonna take you at least like, you're just going to the other building. So about a 10-minute walk, get up to the 4th floor, get your hearing done in maybe 15 minutes, assuming it's just a status hearing, come back down another 10 minutes. So you're looking at least 35 to 40 minutes. You think it's gonna be that much longer? Oh yeah, it was an hour. So she got there and back in time for the hearing that was on hold. Some people are just good at doing that. I never was. I was way too paranoid about like suddenly not being there and the hearing was starting, and then I'd be in trouble for that. How often are hearings late? When I litigated, they were mostly late. I will tell you, most of the judges that I encountered, well, okay, there's a distinction that needs to be made. There is one county where I practiced and every single case had its own time. There was another county where I practiced where all cases would be in this one lump of time, and it started based on when you got there and checked in. First come, first served basis. The county where everything was scheduled, it was a smaller county, so the judges, I think, felt like they could take their time more with things, so there tended to be a lot of later hearings. I would say there was only 2 judges that I knew of that were very strict about time. All the others are like, we get done when we get done. The other county, because they had more cases clumped together, those judges tend to get you in and out faster. So even though it seemed like, in theory, you could have waited there for like the longest time and had been at the end of the line, you generally got in and out of there fairly quickly. And I guess technically those hearings aren't ever late because you're within the block of time, right? So, yo, what's up, guy? They all look like it. Well, what about the other judge? Is it something that already happened in the first game? I mean, it's not really a spoiler then, is it? Yeah. Well, the attorneys understand it, the judges understand it, everyone understands it. The big problem is that when the court's running late, and then the attorney runs later than the court. You can run late, you just can't run later than the court. That is when you get in trouble. Because even the court's like, dude, we were fucking late. How are you even later than us? It's like, well, yeah. Because if they had started on time, the person still would have been late, right? I mean, yeah, if it doesn't have any bearing on the story for something that's like a reveal later, then sure. Siblings absolutely can look alike. My best friends are twins. So weird. For the longest time, I thought that they were like the most identical fraternal twins I've ever seen. I just assumed they were identical, and they're like, nope, we're fraternal. I'm like, I can only tell you guys apart mostly because of your voice. Francisca is a softie. I love that about her character. You get to see her be all like just hard ass the entire time, and then you get at the end, and that really then kind of changes your perspective on her character when you see her in 3. Because I would argue that her helpfulness seems a little more out of place than if you did not get that ending scene in 2. Oh yeah, I think somebody mentioned that. I don't think it was during the first game. I think it might have been during when I was playing Justice for All. I think somebody mentioned that like it was like they had a very similar experience, which to me was fucking crazy. To me, it told me that, well, you know, right after I was told about them, like, wow, that teacher's a piece of shit. But then I saw a silent voice, and I'm like, yeah, some of these fucking elementary school teachers are pieces of shit. God damn, that dude was awful in that movie. I wanted to just take him by the neck and push down on it really hard and ask him very softly, why do you do this to your students? Do you think she deserves this? Why do you let these asshole kids bully her like this? While just continuing to press down harder and harder and harder. But you want to ask softly so that, you know, they don't seem too intimidated enough to answer. You still want them to answer the question, right? No, just kidding. I would never do that. I'm an attorney. You hire guys to do that. Duh. Like, I had some what I would consider bad elementary school teachers at times, but God, I don't think any of them were worse than the teacher in the Phoenix's elementary school or the teacher in the Silent Voice elementary school. They can't look exactly the same because then the parents wouldn't be able to differentiate. That happens with twins. Yeah, Silent Voice is good. For real, Chris, the feels. Oh, sure. Like, if that never happened to him, this game series probably doesn't exist. So, I mean, like, something good came out of it. It's just, God damn, that was awful. What kind of wine is this? This is, Stella Rosa Green Apple. It's very good. This is actually not what I meant to grab, though. I meant to get my Sutter Home Pinot Grigio, which is significantly worse, but I want to get rid of it. Fun fact, if you guys get a mortgage or home equity loan or, you know, anything like that, it is tradition that the bank that you are getting the loan from the loan officer buys you a bottle of wine. We got this from our recent home equity loan that we took out to redo our backyard. And perhaps add another bathroom upstairs. But we'll see. Yeah, I just, like, how are you a teacher who's bullying people? How do you get away with that for so long? I think I've mentioned this on stream before. I am very concerned about having kids because I'm already very overly sensitive about childhood bullying. I am concerned that I am just going to absolutely go off on a teacher someday, and it's going to get me in trouble. Because I think they have a greater responsibility than they tend to take. Now, that's not to shit on teachers. I know teachers have to deal with a lot of shit. But when you have situations like what Beth just said, they were actively hurting the student. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, exactly, Rand. And I wouldn't put up with that. Oh my God. Kids fucking suck, man. I tell you. Wine, the issue with wine lately is that unless I'm drinking red wine, like white wine will tend to give me a headache and make me sleepy. Red wine doesn't do that for whatever reason. I guess because white wine has more sugar in it, I think. But I need to get rid of that stuff, so I don't like wine to go to waste. That's my rationalization, sticking by it. Again, tonight's celebratory night, so. But yeah, I know, not my mom. She like only prefers to drink wine because she's like allergic to some of the harder alcohols. I don't know if she says that or she just drinks too much of it and then regrets it the next day. Oh, it was allergies. Uh-huh. It could be the carbonation, but not all white wine has carbonation. Like the Pinot Grigio that I have has like no bubbles. It's a very flat wine. But yeah, I mean, in general, white wine will have more carbonation than red wine does on average. Wait, what? I told my mom talked to the teacher and threatened to fail me because I was a retard. Note, that's a brave thing to say to a mother. But wait, so your mom talked to her and then the teacher threatened to fail you because you were a retard? See, that's what I'm worried about. Because that's when I worry that somebody's gonna catch the back of my ring hand. Like, I'm not a violent person, but I can see situations with my kids triggering me. Like, I'm sure most people are. Those are your offspring. That you're never gonna be more protective of anything in your life than your offspring. See, I would have went to like the school board with that. Because that's fucking ridiculous. And that's the thing, Chris, like, it's all great to think like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go take care of business. But do you want to go to jail because you beat the shit out of a teacher? That's selfish on that would be selfish on our part. Because we obviously didn't take into consideration how that would affect our children. Is that gonna make anything any better for them? No, it probably makes things worse because now they don't have you because you're gone for a certain period of time being incarcerated. What happens to the family when your income isn't there anymore? Like, it's just, you can't let that happen. But oh God, do you want to at times? Yeah, that's true, Azure. Which, I mean, and it sucks, because obviously not all teachers are like that. I've seen quite a few that, I thought my kindergarten teachers were really good, but I'm sure not everyone's like that, you know? I had elementary school teachers that used to, like, paddle people and lock kids in closets and shit like that. Like, that was also bad, but I didn't stay in those classes for very long. My parents took the route of, okay. Because my dad's, I think, very similar to me. He's like, okay. Instead of me doing something I'm gonna regret, let's just take you out of that class and put you into a different one. And I was okay with that. I was okay with that. I mean, yeah, that's the best way to show them that they were stupid as fuck, right? Go and succeed in life. Then, like you said, they can kiss your ass. Gonna be more of a much better person than she ever was. I honestly don't remember how we got into this conversation. What happened in 4th grade, Ventus? Like, you happened to you in elementary? No one cares. What happened? Oh, hold on. I followed class rules, and one rule was to report the teacher. Anyone was breaking a rule. The teacher told me not to be a tattletale. Mind you, that was back in elementary. It killed my trust to go to a teacher. Wait, so the class rule was tell me if something's going on, and then you followed the rule, and then they said don't follow the rule. I mean, I can't be the only one that sees a problem with that, right? I loved my 6th through 8th grade English teacher too. He was also my homeroom teacher. He's still one of my favorite teachers. I've been very lucky to have very good English teachers, which has helped, as you kind of mentioned, help encourage my growth in writing. Were you just homeschooled, Tara? For being too creative in a creative writing class. I'm just not sure that professor knew what his actual class was. I can't fail you because of your physical appearance. Like, I would actually bring a lawsuit against them for that. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. No, don't know if it would actually work, but that seems actionable. From 15 and up. Oh, that's interesting. God, this is what you really don't want to think ill, like assume something bad's gonna happen, because you want to assume that most teachers are good people and aren't going to be gigantic pieces of shit. But because they're kids, you're gonna be more paranoid about it. That's just something I have to deal with. All right. Trial. Oh, yeah, I said that. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. Yeah, the judge is late. Shrug. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. Oh yeah, the Chief Justice's son. Hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son?
Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper that I have for you for some reason. You care to read about it yourself. Wow, what an informative bailiff. So, we're guessing that this incuritis is what the Chief Justice's son has, right? And they were the ones that were gonna buy it off of Maki? Something like that. Incuritis, where have I heard that before? Did I hear about that less than 24 hours ago? God damn it, Apollo.
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. I forgot that there were TV guide pages in the newspapers. And would you tell CPS that your teacher was the one who punched you? The history teachers had a Confederate flag in his classroom. One of the few black students had the guts to go to the rest of the school did nothing. Definitely too ignorant back then to see what the big deal is. Yeah, I mean, unless you know, right? Then you don't know. I probably would have done it, but obvious reasons. We tend to learn about that sort of thing, I think, a little earlier than the average person for reasons, you know. Hello, Rodiger. Going. I don't know what that is, Tara, to be completely honest. It doesn't seem good, but I guess I don't want to make that assumption. Could just be something different. That's nice that they help you out like that, JB. Probably because you blocked it out, Trep. File is a false case. How does she get away, or he get away with that, though? Nazi flag's part of history, too. Do you fly it? Because it's history in your class? You hang it in your class? No. Because it's history doesn't mean you put it up. It doesn't mean it's appropriate to actually hang in your classroom. Not to mention, you're talking about the history of traitors. That sucks. I mean, that's something that I don't think is that uncommon. The excuse is that, well, there's just too many kids and I can't help everyone. And it's like, well, then I think you need to do a better job at prioritizing, or maybe this isn't the line of work for you. Doesn't sound like that's what he did, though. Not only that, but I think we can use our common sense to realize that doing so would be way over the top and unnecessary. Like, what's the point of doing that? What are you adding to the experience that they just can't see in a book? And not to mention, in his scenario, there was nothing there implying that it was only done for just history class just during a specific point. So that inference seems like highly speculative. For what reason? Difference between preserving and celebrating history. That is true. I've not watched any of the Among Us videos. I haven't had time. You kidnapped one of your... Oh yeah, turns out this dude's a fucking psychopath. Who would have thought? I would agree with that, Lynch. Like, yeah. There's like, you're adding nothing by doing that. Again, they'll find it in a book. You don't have to hang it in your classroom. That just seems more like celebration to me. And even if it's not, that just seems like an incredibly short-sighted move to make. But there's nothing that suggested that's what happened. Like, it's just, like, sure, you could do it for just the one day of class, but is there a reason to? Just because you can doesn't mean you should do something. What kind of effect is that going to have on people? How are Jewish people going to feel if you put up a Nazi flag, a huge Nazi flag, or how are black people going to feel if you put up a huge Confederate flag? Like, that would be stupid. Even if you could do it, it's like, well, it's not really that big a deal because it was the one day. It doesn't make it any less of an asinine thing to do. It seems more self-indulgent than anything. Yeah, exactly. Just put it in the textbook. All right, later, Acme. And everyone in Acme Studios, Leo and Era, Leo's bro, thank you for throwing the raid our way. Have a good night. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again? Makitobe, a suspect. Fortissimo? I was suspect Fortissimo. Right, it's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Pancreatitis, was it? That article said there is no known cure.
Here, Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time to shed for tears. Let me just stop you for a second there. Clavier, you do not know my pain. Don't pretend to understand. You know my. I hate when people do that. Now is the time for law. Indeed, we left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I don't know what A-I-Y-E. That's not really phonetic. Especially given that it's unless it's 2 syllables. But I don't think you need the E then if you were doing it phonetically. It's spelled like it could be a Japanese name, so that's how I'm pronouncing it, Tobaye. I'd consider it. I'd consider it, Beth. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darien Crescent is a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Aren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lemoir, and Maki, along with a drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. With the shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lemoir and the defendant, Maki Tobaye, left the stage at that point. And the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo, you heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, Lemoir herself mentioned witnessed the moments of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. Just a little blind humor here. But she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking. If that's impossible, Detective Crescent was... Precisely, Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Flawed, but groove nonetheless. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears there's no objection. I believe we can safely say that Darien Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lamar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. Well, God, I hate when he does this. The evidentiary portion of the hearing isn't closed. You have to ask us if we have anything else to present before just assuming that. Ugh. God. Procedurally, this judge is just a fucking mess. If indeed there are no objections.
Apollo, if he declares a verdict now.
But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamar might have been lying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Maki was trying to tell us something. I know it, obviously. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath. Oh God, this is a gambit and a half, but I guess he doesn't have much to lose at this point. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what was his name again? Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly, who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. Who fucking cares? Get him a goddamn interpreter. Are you telling me, or do you mean to tell me, in your fictional ass country, people that don't speak English don't have a right to properly defend themselves? Because you don't provide them with interpreters. This isn't the judge's fault. This isn't on the judge. This is on the system. He is merely following the dumbass system here. If you're in the United States and this happened, you demand a court-ordered interpreter. I'm guessing Lamar is going to interpret, but there's a problem with that. You want a certified interpreter. If I'm the prosecution, I go, no, you can't just have anybody interpret. Somebody that especially somebody that has a personal relationship with the defendant. Yo, what's up, Nick? Hello. Good evening, counsel. Toby? It could be Toby. But that would be a very interesting way of pronouncing A-Y-E. God. Google Translate. Oh, goodness. He says into the duck, water ski. I know mama, Your Honor. According to Google Translate. Well, that's why you need a certified translator. Otherwise, they can just argue back and forth as to what he actually said. Well, we'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where's the toilet? No, you moron. The defense would like to request Lamoir as the interpreter. Why the fuck would I have my opposing counsel be the interpreter? Lamoir. But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. A very reasonable concern. That's why you have a certified translator do it. And if it can't be done right then and there, the court better fucking adjourn until they can get one. Although, in almost all circumstances, the court will have already made arrangements for that to happen. But you know, this court's a mess, so. But she'd be interpreting for the defendants. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Herr Forehead. Now, Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamoir lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. That seems to be in direct conflict with what you just said. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant Lamoir to the witness stand. Hey, dual people. Don't think we've had that before, right? Suppose this is the first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lamoir.
Yes. He says Maki Tobae, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Is Apollo like the dude who puts a buck into a soda machine, presses Coke, and when a Coke comes out, he's like, yeah, got the Coke that I wanted. And then struts out of the room? Like, okay. I guess. Small victories. The small victories. Huh? If I would, what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. You actually did think that far. In the flashback, you were thinking specifically about what he wanted to tell you. So ask him about, oh my God. Okay, no, that's different. You got a bonus Coke. That is something to celebrate. That's like, if you, well, okay, I was gonna, this might not be a great example either, just because McDonald's can fuck up, right? They've been known to fuck up every so often. It's like ordering a 10-piece chicken nugget, opening the box, counting that there are 10, and being like, fuck yeah. So far, so good. Do they got the barbecue sauce? Everything's coming up Twain today. You wouldn't do that. But if you open the chicken nugget box and suddenly there are 11, well then yes, you do fist pump because you got free nugget. He's a gamer. Yeah, he is. Virginia could be a micro country. But even in situations like that, there are like safeguards in place to ensure that you can be heard. You mean computers are not admissible as evidence unless they're strongly involved? You mean as a translator? I wouldn't think they'd be able to do that, no. Error has occurred. It's so frustrating because it would be a little different, at least, if it wasn't the main character suffering from these problems, because you as a player need to feel Like your character, the person you are playing as, is experiencing growth, and I think that was one of the weakest parts of the original trilogy, is that Phoenix essentially was dependent on like some form or another of magic for the first 2 3/4 of the games, instead of like he was obviously good and should have just got that confidence to know that he's a good attorney based on his win percentage. We've had we've had 2 cases with Apollo where he's been very competent, or he's won the cases, so he should be like, hey, I'm confident, maybe I'm growing, instead of just like, oh, what was I just thinking about before I called my witness up? It's just, that's the frustrating part.
Apollo, you fucking moron! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
Yes. But the 15-year-old who didn't even hear my thoughts, or maybe she is. Maybe this is another Maya Phoenix situation where they're telepathic. They're not, but it seemed like they were. I would think to myself, and suddenly Maya would be like, yeah, you're right about that, Phoenix. And I'm like, how do you know what I said? How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me, a moment if I might speak.
Yes, Lamoire?
Just now, Maki said there is something about which he wishes to testify.
Maki wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Lamoire?
According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence.
What? This is a surprise?
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it!
This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. It means that I'm gonna have to sit here and shit on my client's evidence because that's what the game wants me to do. Because allegedly, truth matters more than defending your client to the best of your ability. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Maki, please testify to the court.
Very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is that it's confusing. Like, it became obvious that it was whispering, but, like, having it be the same color was dumb. Because then you get confused as to what's whispering and what's going on in somebody's head. Then it just looks weird. Yeah, I couldn't imagine a court allowing a computer to be the translator. Well, I mean, think about it, Lynch. I'm not sure North Korea is the best example, because if somebody were arrested from North Korea here, why would they have been arrested from North Korea? Just like, what's likely? Some sort of espionage? In which case, I'm pretty sure the North Korean government would have a pretty strong interest in attempting to prove his innocence. Though, one other thing that I should point out in this particular scenario, because we're talking about a country that the U.S. is not on the best of terms of, people that are taken in as under certain categories of like being international threats to the countries might have rights curtailed, because I mean, they're not citizens of the country, and they're seen as active threats. So there are many cases where they are not afforded the same rights. But yeah, I mean, let's just say in theory, they'd have to figure something out. They'd have to figure out a way for, because that's assuming they retain all those rights to defend themselves. You can't just not do something because it'd be difficult or impractical. If it can happen, it almost very much should happen. Yo, what's up, Jake? Is he wearing a leotard? Oh, yeah.
He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. If the killing truly follows the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
Could have translated the lyrics from Borginian to English. Did she write them originally in English? Or that doesn't... It's not the strongest evidence I've ever heard. Just put it that way. Ah, see, he would never understood the English lyrics of the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamoire to know the meaning of that song. Lamoire, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamoire might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. Now I have to shit on my client. With my bracelet. Were Maki and Mr. Latouche close?
Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together.
Lamoire, this is Maki's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. He's right.
I understand. Prosecutor Gavin's tough. He's really tough. Maki says he was very good friends with Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche was always a gentle man, never angry. We got along quite well. Never dreamed something like this would happen.
The guitar serenade, correct?
Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The death of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me.
By could not have done it, you mean...
It is very simple. Maki could not have done all these things that happened that day. All those things followed the song lyrics closely.
Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics?
He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love.
It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking?
Oh, perhaps I misunderstood.
No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay.
No, it is my fault. I'm too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay, I knew he was innocent!
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? Yeah, you got a tummy ache or something?
Things hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. What was... I forgot what her tick was or whatever. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, I did that last time too. I have to go out. You didn't have to interpret that for him. That's actually really funny.
This is what he said.
Hee hee. Hee hee. Oh, that was good. That was good. There's so much to review. Oh yeah, she had the throat swallowing thing, right? That's right. What he... I guess this isn't it. Mouth twitch, nose twitch, eyebrow twitch. So I guess I don't know. Who am I looking for? Am I looking for her or for him? I guess we're not supposed to know that. Huh. Okay. I have to be missing something. Man, he is stone-faced. Hands aren't up, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Maki. Maki. You can't fool my eyes or my bracelet. Glanced toward her the very moment Lamoir said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course you can't. Scissors, leaf, hieroglyph. Wait. Scissors, leaf, or scissors, tree, person, hieroglyphics? Question mark. Musical note, running, cobra, jellyfish, leaf, on all fours, tree, musical note, scarab. I can't remember what my voice was for him. Musical note, goat, tree, scarab, scissors, arrow, bug, fish, leaf, tree, cobra, running, on all fours. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break! Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol for existence, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? You've always been such a suspicious-minded dad. It's simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. You read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. Well, I think that solves the question of whether it's a micronation with closed borders if you could buy their Daily Bugle in this country. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. They didn't go into detail. They just said that it happened. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What is this all about? I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. Shit! I don't know. I did pause him. Well, to be fair, Paolo did. He has that ability. I only am the... He wouldn't even be... Yeah, I am merely just the background character. I would go with the Hadoken. Yeah, that would have worked too. I don't know where that came from, but yes, I understand Espanol for existence. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes? Well, then why wouldn't he have just said that? Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Maki says, he says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? I mean, all the other fucking witnesses do that. Why not him? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamoir? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
Oh, God. Oh, dear.
Oh, we just plumb forgot about it.
God.
Then it looks like your forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No. Well,
if Clavier is for this explanation being true, don't we just kind of go, yep, okay. He did know the lyrics. So... Well, no, because you don't want him to know the lyrics. But he knows the lyrics. I guess you're kind of fucked either way then, right? I was onto something, I know it. Can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. Client, defendant's rights and all that, I suppose.
Understand it.
Due process and all that nonsense. Exactly how much did you explain to Maki?
This is a question for me, yes?
This interpretation thing is getting old fast.
I told him that Mr. Latouche had been killed and why he was a suspect, and I told him the crimes of that day followed my song.
Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart? She just told everybody that it all happened after the murder happened. So he didn't know the lyrics of the song beforehand. I guess that's the angle, right? You knew, it just he didn't know until afterwards. In which case, if Clavier's like, oh sure, then you're like, okay. Case dismissed. Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart?
Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised.
Yeah, I knew he was innocent.
Oh, done this already. ACNL? Oh, Animal Crossing? Yeah, that is every witness ever.
Oh yes, I just forgot. Sorry.
Gonna have a different tick. Yep.
Gotcha.
Lamar. I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain?
Me, uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lamar, are you indeed protecting someone?
That's not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
And allow me to answer for you. Lamar, you're protecting... Why? Why would it be anybody else? Lamar, you are protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you, but you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamar lying on your behalf. This is going to work. You have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ugh! Ugh! Yeah, it could be allowed if one's a translator and, like, the witness is hard of hearing. Or speaks very quietly and the translator needs to be near them. I'm not sure if they generally be in the same witness stand as them. It's generally pretty small. Maybe, though. I don't know, because a lot of times the translators are whispering in their ear. That'd be pretty fucking funny, Zara. Appendicitis. Ah!
No, I must go to the hospital.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this Lamoire?
No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is last.
Maki, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either.
I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there's voice. Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Maki went to the dressing room, Mr. Lassus had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Panel high up. I take off. Run away. Run away.
That's too much like Trucy. So it was you who escaped through that air vent.
As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I found that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime.
This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Actually, it can mean many other things than that. Mr. Simpleton. Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Do you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no. Of course there is.
That wouldn't surprise me. Like, they just did not send him through metal detectors. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Maki, please, tell us the truth for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for your precious trust, Herr Forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. I thought for sure he'd go, I see no other course but to render a verdict right now. And instead he goes to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so we might proceed.
Very reasonable.
Apollo Eustace.
That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Just an incredibly poorly put together and thought out sentence there, Mr. Justice. Oh goodness, I'll be right back.
Time for the much worse wine. It's a new ship. Getting some can mean way too many different things here for this to be the proper use of it. He's talking about to get some justice. Okay. Realize that my mouse Wi-Fi thing isn't taped to the table. Yeah, whatever. Later.
Believe. I know shooting.
Lackey claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver close, very close. Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it is true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead and then you heard shots? That's true.
No, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots. You escaped through the air.
And you escaped through the air vent.
I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if by opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? That what he means?
Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo.
Yeah. But how'd you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me!
Magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not. How clever. How incredibly clever, Apollo.
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me.
I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do?
You sure you won't testify, Maki? I know talking, no. No, Mr. Apollo. Well, it was worth a shot.
That cocoon. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan?
Maki won't testify. We'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
The cheap wine the writers were drinking was dated, yup. Place justice with, yes, ma'am, and you have part of my wife's wedding vows. Nice. Better learn to say it if you ever want to come get some. Oh, man. I wish that was part of my wife's wedding vows. Well, Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Not really, but we had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What?
Shame in here. I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. Different angle? Maki won't testify. Then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamoir. Lamoir?
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamoir's testimony was insubstantial.
There's nothing you can. Lamoir was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamoir dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What? I've heard no such report.
Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Lamoir? Can you think of a reason?
Well,
think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out.
So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamoir's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover?
Exactly. If Lamoir was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in the testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamoir's testimony once more.
Lamoir, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent. And I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's reveal your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes?
That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly yet, but I do know there's something there.
There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor.
Yo, what's up, Little Mario?
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. With the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I'm sorry, I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yes, everything I have said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamoir was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy?
Hollow, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Hold it!
Is something wrong?
There is an objection, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in red over there is a shining example here, Judge.
You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. He's not actually raising an objection, technically. Isn't he just asking for clarification on something that was said? I don't know. Are you technically objecting there? I guess I've never seen it as, because you wouldn't say objection when you're cross-examining in that particular situation, would you? That just seems weird. Darian Crescent? Because, like, here, he's just following up on what she's saying. He wouldn't object and then say, Darian Crescent? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the time was closed? Is that why? Of course.
Although if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. No need. Elmore, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I've given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue we've been waiting for. Well, what'd he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I felt it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony.
Maybe, Apollo?
I can assure you that I do not perform my best when I don't think ahead. Hey, Scarlet, what's up? You're not weird. You're just quirky, and quirky is interesting and good. Quirky is ever not, no. Is never not interesting. The double negatives. Sometimes we use double negatives just to fuck with somebody's head, but like, it also fucks with our own head sometimes. So I took a male enhancement pill. Now I clean and fix things around the house without having to be asked, can figure out what my wife wants to eat, and I don't tell my kids I'm headed out for cigarettes, never to return. You know, I'm sure that is actually enhancing your sex life, though. I would venture to guess. So the pill did what it said it was going to do. Eccentric's a good way to put it, too. Maki reminds you of, like, how so? I guess I don't see that parallel. That is very true. Like a Rubik's Cube, you have to think ahead of the, like, in the puzzle before you're able to solve it. Otherwise, you're just gonna fuck yourself. You have to have an idea of how everything works. Oh, appearance. I see. But you were talking more like personality, weren't you? And why don't we not have no triple negatives? I don't know. That's a perfectly fine sentence to me. And it was Detective Darian Creston's voice?
Yes, I'm quite sure of it.
It's over, press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche?
Apollo, the murder weapon, the revolver was Mr. Latouche's, right?
Yeah, what of it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger, because his English isn't so good.
Darian Creston is a native speaker.
Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what.
Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to his or her victim, is it? Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Latouche and the detective.
Do we present the... This doesn't seem like this part we would... Like, normally this is where you would present the evidence, but this doesn't necessarily... There were 2 gunshots.
Yes, I heard 2, one after the other.
That fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. Why didn't you tell someone immediately?
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens. Guess you're just a piece of shit, huh?
This may be beside the point, but Namor isn't a citizen. No one would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well.
Oh, look at her face! You made her feel bad, you piece of shit!
Namor seems awfully quiet all of a sudden.
That's strange. Could she be hiding something?
This, as you say, yet at the time.
You were in a hurry to go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I've said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
It very well might. Please answer the question.
Are you alright, Namor?
Yes, I am just tired.
Recall what I told you yesterday, Hereford. Namor suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further.
What? So he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing?
Why don't you prove a reason had a connection to the case before asking it, yeah?
We can't do that without knowing what the reason was. The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot, Mr. Justice. Please continue with your cross-examination. Emma was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's got to be hidden here.
Maybe there's something.
I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks.
Right.
I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. You weren't by the small window, though. Weren't you by the door?
When did we establish that she dropped this? What could she have been? Thought that could have proved that she wasn't actually by the window, but I don't think that's the relevant. So I kept moving past the small window. Are you in a hurry?
Wait. She wasn't in the middle of a trick, was she? No, because why wouldn't she say then when it happened? The timing is essential here. Wait, what? That happens, Scarlet. Yeah, this is played through BlueStacks, Scarlet. The Android emulator that you still pay for the games. Just emulate it through this software instead of doing it on your phone. Testimonies are more thinking? What do you mean? I'm it's weird that they're confused about that. I feel like that's pretty standard practice where I'm from. That's weird. Also, hello, Anthony Yeetus. Welcome. That's very weird. I'd be like, I'd find it strange if you don't take down notes. Maybe not write out the questions, but at least take notes, right? I see. Okay. Fair enough.
Oh, it's not that. Yeah, because that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't she have mentioned the time then? I'm not sure. Was she afraid because she thought she burned that guitar somehow? But I don't know why she would have thought that happened.
Oh, I was right initially. It threw me off because then they started talking about the other stuff, but yeah, okay. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. It's also weird to object to her testimony and then do this. What exactly are you objecting to? Not really objecting to anything. You're trying to reinforce that what she heard is probably correct, and this shows what it could have been. That's just weird. I don't like how the game does that sometimes. It's very rigid in the way that it does things, so then in situations like this, it's just awkward. Procedurally awkward. I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Lamoire heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility. Objection! Oh, Herr Forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the courts of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamoire's dressing room. Not to mention that the Governors were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Herr Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it out for you? God, spare me, Apollo. It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait. You like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room. The headset! Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Oh, God. Turn my head for one goddamn second. Suddenly there's this iPhone 25. Yeah, objecting to the truth to prove it was dumb. Like that's just the game does that sometimes, and I hate when it does it because it paints itself into a corner with its own rigidness that way. Like that's so counterintuitive. This is a type of transmitter, communications device. Communications device? What are those words? Wait, what? Everyone was on stage wearing one of these, isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, therefore talking between band members. We all had one on. Do you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple? True, but wait! Those send out electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, the range is quite limited.
Lamar said it was about 30 feet, right?
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So when Lamoire heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch.
Well, I guess we don't. an unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this.
What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact.
Actually, we do. We just didn't tell you.
Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo?
We know about this switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah?
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this?
Oh, that's that. That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
This is an igniter. What phone would ever look like that? What phone looks like that?
There we go. Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote?
I am.
This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you.
Yeah! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Alright, have a good one, Beth. And hello, Sarah.
It's a phone that Firefox made. Oh, and he's like this.
I like this track a lot.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. My whiskers had caught fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware if such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Virginia from Lanoir. He said the sound was amazing before burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter it burns.
Hey, forehead?
Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lanoir, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire.
I am. It's really simple when you think about it.
Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Hey, forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you.
I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? Can you stop being condescending and actually explain your fucking self for once in your goddamn life?
His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
Ah, that's right, of course.
That's because that's when he was killed. God.
The guitar caught fire during Lanoir's song.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must be what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, his story makes no sense.
Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard the shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar bursts into flames. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Alright, have a good night, just a random person. For hanging. Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
Hey, he's right, look. The bullet's supposed to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyways? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. Reverse, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to have come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. That would also make sense why he died a lot sooner, considering that the wounds apparently weren't super serious, but basically he died from bleeding out. But, like, if it just happened, wouldn't we have more time to, like, save him? Instead of just, like, if he had been laying there for a while, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yo, what's up, Small? How's it going, dude? Just Twain. I like that. Just Twain. Like a double entendre, isn't it? It's just me, and it's also Justice, Apollo Justice plus. Also, yes, Rand. See, Sarah, now you went and ruined it. Now you went and ruined it. Why'd you do it, Sarah? Why? I didn't think I did anything to deserve this treatment. I don't understand why you're mad at me. I also don't know why I started talking in this voice. You want me to give you the moon, Mary? I will. Fucking voice. Oh, that guy. What an actor. Order, order, order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song, but I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Hair Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. The time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamore have heard a voice through it? Oh.
I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamwar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice.
What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't be all coincidence. How do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamwar heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Yo, what's up, Final? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Are you feeling all right now, at least? Hope you're feeling better. That sounds pretty fucking terrible. What kind of puzzle are you doing, Jake? Yes, it was, Dace. And I was thinking about that. I'm like, it was either during a Danganronpa or an old Phoenix Wright case where there was like, we were meant to think it happened a certain way, but it actually happened a different way, right? That was kind of like the Mondo case, where you were meant to think that the killing happened in a different room, but I think it's also more the Celeste case, right? Isn't it like you confuse as to, was it the Celeste case where she meant to confuse you as to which order she had that all that stuff had happened? No, I don't remember. Two, 3. Yeah. So it was the yeah. Okay. Oh no, 2, 3 is no. What was 2, 3? Celeste is 1, 3. 1, 5 was that it was a different body, right? And that the person hadn't actually died. Hey, who's 2, 3? Who's 2, 3? 2, 3 was the Mahiru death? Teru was 2. No, 2 was the Mahiru death. I don't remember who 3rd was. The 3rd. Is that the fun house? I assure you there's nothing fun about that house. Mikon, that's right. Some of your coworkers are being pieces of shit. Well, that sucks. Is there any recourse that you have? Without, like, repercussions? Oh, the Typhoon of Tea. I forgot about the name of that place. 25 likes. All right, let's see here. I don't think I gave out for 20. So, that 250. for 20 and 25.
That fucking sucks, Final. I hope it's nothing you have to continue dealing with, at least. Yep, just having sidebar conversations and all that. Just getting our just putting our thoughts together. You're stalling, Mr. Justice. No, Your Honor. Just trying to think on the fly and keep talking. So as long as I keep talking, you can't end the case. Almost like a filibuster. As long as I keep talking and trying to put something relevant out there, maybe you won't interrupt me and render a verdict until I got it.
Lanoir heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lanoir able to hear the voice?
She has divine hearing.
When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window.
Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too.
Is that an... Are you being ethnists here? Would that be racist? Ethnic? Whatever. Were you just insulting their entire country?
As I was saying, Lanoir could not hear the voice through that window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
You two amuse me so.
Yeah, you mean like that other time I dunked on you and your brother? Ho!
And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hereford? Lanoir clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene.
Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lanoir heard the voice from another location? Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. After you save your game, of course, because sometimes these maps of these diagrams are very finicky.
Lanoir heard the voice from here!
Vents? The bullet holes? I mean, I'm not sure did they go through the wall? If they didn't go through the wall, it doesn't make any sense. Because if she's over here, it couldn't have been the bullet holes, obviously. It'd have to be one of the vents. But if she was over here, it could have been the vents or the bullet holes. It wasn't the speaker, because that's where the music was playing. The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window in our society. Oh, it's funny. Another small window. But no. The bullet holes wouldn't have been there, right? But wait, if she died in this, if she heard it after the second set, then yeah, it could have been the bullet holes. Because the bullet holes happened when she was singing. But wait, how would she have heard press the switch if it happened when she was singing? No, it's fine. I'm allowing it in this situation. Is it one of the vents and it's just a matter of like, oh, you didn't quite press it precisely? Because it's either this or one of the bullet holes, but I don't think that really makes too much sense. Because I hate when the game does this. Where it's like, the diagram's super finicky and you're like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, this makes sense because they've always been talking about this. Yeah. That makes sense. This is where Lanoir heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's a space. I mean, that's an air vent. An air vents. There was an N in that A-N word. Anyways, what did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. She's also blind. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous into ludicrous. So Lanoir was up in the ventilation. System, listening to this man's voice, because she was. That's when the magic trick happened. Ah. It's the only logical explanation. Yes, logical. I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lanoir be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin, isn't it, Lanoir? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? Our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
Arrgh! The problem here is words. Lanoir, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it high up on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What? I will have order. Right, and that's what I was putting together in my head. Like, she could not have been on the outside where that window was. And if it happened during during the second set, and she heard the actual gunshots that happened, then it would have had to have been during the trick, right? It confuses me why she didn't just say that, though. Why wouldn't she have just clarified that earlier?
Oh, it was during the trick.
Oh, is it going to be because of some dumbass magician's code or some shit? Yeah, he a little mad. It isn't just that his guitar got burned either. That his whole, like, he looks bad, right? Because his band did all this. A member of his band's getting accused of being a murderer. This all happened during one of their concerts. Like, this all looks really bad for him. She literally vented. There you go, JB. You use that one. I'm Lamoir. I vent. You are alive. Were you dead for a second? Oh, Jake asked. No, Trep was here. But is water wet? Oh God, here we go. Yep, Adamski. The magician code is worth getting 1 or 2 people executed. Like, not revealing the trick though, she literally has to help her best friend not get executed or found guilty of murder and then get executed, probably. So that's utterly ridiculous. I didn't say you didn't understand anything, JB. I was just saying you can use the joke that Lamoir vented, like Isadora did. No, it wasn't Nicholas. It wasn't. Because I don't have Clavier's outfit. I have the black shirt. He has a black shirt, right? Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Part of this is Apollo's fault. Like, there's no way any competent attorney gets to this point and we're like, how did we not know that she was climbing through a goddamn vent at this point? Whew. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure, I can't.
Oh my, fuck right off. This is absurd. I'll tell you what. If I had a chance to save my best friend, that magician code's getting fucked all up the ass. What the fuck are we talking about? Lava being wet or dry? What? Where this? Too many times. Not as many times as when that lady hung herself. Oh, God. I'm not... God, you... Lamoir, don't be stupid. Lamoir, don't be stupid. May I remind you that this is a murder trial? Your friend that you travel with everywhere and perform your act with? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. I can't believe this is an issue.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
You are not oh my god. Bound to secrecy.
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So did this happen during the second set?
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, her judge? Her forehead?
Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
I'm gonna shit all over the Magician's Code.
She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
I'm tired of this. Nonsense. Fucking nonsense. Oh, that's not it. Okay, we get our health bar back. Just like, let's just get onto it, and if I lose, then I get my health. Guilty. Okay. I wonder if this is one where I can't just, like, straight up do it. I have to get more out of her first. Like, dude, look at the tape. We know what she was fucking doing. It was the magic trick. God. Yeah, she did basically just kill a 14-year-old. Go look at the schedule in the Discord, JB. Above the ceiling. Could you be more specific?
I cannot.
Because you're bound to secrecy.
Yes, to tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more.
What, or the fucking Magician's Alliance is gonna come and break your legs? It doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. Oh, it's a meme of this game? By small window, you mean the air vents?
And I remember I need to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course.
Air vent, great. Could trip you up, certainly.
But I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That's when I heard his voice come from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet...
Without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
Could you have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner?
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing completely unaware. Singing without a voice? Only all contradictions were so obvious. Get Lamore to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It's just a name after all. It is Valence Grammary. Perhaps you know him?
Valence Grammary? What? You mean Uncle Valent? What? Valent Grammary? Who's Valent Grammary?
Grand Magician, the one who was responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamar was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? By showing the goddamn tape. The tape literally proves that she was not, that she had to go underground in order to get to from point A to point B. It's a part of the... Ugh! Do it here? Oh. I refuse to believe that a fucking videotape of the performance is insufficient evidence. I fucking refuse to believe. Thank you. Just a matter of where did you freaking present? God, stupid. Fucking, ugh.
Lamar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video. Let's put 2 and 2 together. Jesus fucking Christ. What do you mean? What do you mean, Trep? Like, if you have to stop it for a little bit, if you come back, does the streak continue? Yes. It aggregates all the time. It doesn't have to be consecutive. So you would maintain whatever, like, color badge you had. I'm not watching the fucking video game again. Or the video. This stupid video. Ja. Hello, Raito. Welcome. Glad you're enjoying them. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, why would you be allowed? God, are there like YouTubers out there that are like, what are you doing here? Fuck out of my stream. Ugh. God, man. Just, do people suck that much? Do people, and then viewers just get, like, overly cautious because YouTubers can be dicks? You are allowed here, Volpe, yes. The secret handshake. I think we could show him the secret handshake, though. Just do it in emojis. I'm not allowed here, but I'm a rebel. You've always been the rebel, Ran. Oh yeah, we gotta show our attorneys badges, otherwise they won't let us practice, you know? They need the proof that we're licensed to do so. As we can see, Lamar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo!
What, Trucy?
It's not nice to reveal much. Shut!
I'm not even gonna reveal. I'm not even gonna dignify these stupid statements with reading them aloud. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be not. Sorry, guys, that's it. According to this game, I'm just supposed to be a douchebag. So, from now on, I'm going to treat all you like dog shit. You guys ready for that? Not just to clients, but now to viewers, to family, to friends. I'm not supposed to be nice. Just so stupid. Just so stupid. I get it, but it's still stupid. Like, that could have been written better than that. But I guess this is supposed to be funny. Maybe if I was a lawyer, I would find it funny. But now I'm like fucking overly sensitive. I am nice, yeah. You're not nice. Saying I'm not nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace the route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lamar's testimony from yesterday. Alright, cool, I'll check it out, Taylor. Check it out. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lamar knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something. It might be against the rules, but so is murder. See, that would have been sick. But so is murder, and you could have like been overly dramatic about it. See, there you go. Deus, you should just you should be a part of the localization writing team. I forget. Would that mean that it's cheat, like a ch sound? There seemed to be disagreements over that earlier, so I just went with what I thought sounded cool. It's like mock. M-A-C-H is not pronounced mach. It's pronounced mock. So that's I guess where my reasoning. It could be machi, but I don't know. I don't know, like, the... Is it a Japanese name? I don't know. What was it, that the etymology? I don't know what it is for his name. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea about the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. You're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
This is why he bound Lamar to secrecy. Well, Lamar?
I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Rocky was right about you.
So what does this mean? Are you saying you used the route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared.
20 seconds would probably be enough time.
20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well. Mr. Justice? Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing.
It's actually really funny. At this point, she's just like, you know what you gotta do. One thing, Your Honor.
You need to explain how Lamoire was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Oh, you mean you're gonna dismiss the case? I'm fine with that. Hey, yeah, case is dismissed. Let's go. Drinks on me, guys. Woo! Ugh, why do I get picked on? Lamoire wasn't going along with the program here.
As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that I did.
This is actually infuriating. For those that weren't around and might have this question in mind, no, this would not be fucking. She could be held in contempt of court for not answering the question. Like, she'd be thrown in jail. And why would somebody who has a chance to save her best friend would rather be thrown in jail than revealing a magician's secret and making sure that her best friend doesn't get fucking found guilty of murder? I just... My whole face is itchy now. All this, like, anger is triggering my, not triggering, but reminding me of allergies that I possess, and now, I swear these are all medications I'm supposed to take. Nothing illegal. See?
Allegra. 24-hour allergy.
This has by far been the best allergy medication I've ever used, and I've used mostly Claritin, Zyrtec, and Allegra. The other two wore out, like, their effectiveness pretty quickly. Allegra did not. So Allegra, if you're looking for somebody to sponsor your product on the YouTubes, for all the hip young kids that are dealing with scratchiness and sneezing and puffy eyes and all that stuff, runny nose, I'm your man. Random aside, but did anybody else have, like, a really hard time swallowing pills for, like, most or all of their childhood? The first time I was ever able to swallow a pill, it wasn't until I was, like, 15, and I did it because, I even forgot what it was, but it's something we took before we went on a plane. But you could only take the pill. You couldn't, like, it wasn't like a chewable, like a liquid medication. I had a really hard time with taking pills until I started consistently doing it, I think when I was 17, because that's when I started having to take allergy pills every day because we had 3 cats all of a sudden in the house and my allergies went crazy. Yeah, and that's interesting because if you took the same Paxil I did, the Paxil's small. isn't it? Like those are relatively small pills, and even small pills are really hard to get used to if you don't swallow pills well. Oh, that sucks. So what do they do in situations where like there's only pills for it, or is there like always an alternative? Everybody's like, yeah. I was opening some Tic Tacs. I mean, I hope y'all don't think I have bad breath. All right, not to be a product placer, because I don't really want to do it, so I'm going to be general about it. But, oh my God, do I want to share with you guys how much better an electric toothbrush is than a normal toothbrush. First of all, I want to brush my teeth twice a day now, because the way that it feels after I brush it feels amazing. And even if it is a chore, it just feels really good. Second of all, I know that it works a lot better. It says something like 900% more plaque getting rid of by doing it this way. I'm like, okay. It could be like a quarter of that, and that's still better, right? So I would highly suggest electric toothbrush if you guys have a chance to get one. That's true. Tic Tacs do work as candy. I can't remember. Was it somebody in the stream yesterday was talking about the? It was Mike talking about the fruit Tic Tacs versus the mint ones. I'm like, man, give me the fruit ones. I could pop that shit like candy. I used to have pills a lot, so it's normal. No, that makes sense. If you had to do it a lot more earlier, it's more likely that you'd be used to it, right? Yeah, I still can't really do it without water myself, JB. I can, but I have to sit there and like build up saliva in my mouth, and it's gross. So I usually always need something. Use your finger to push the pill super far in your mouth all the way back? I feel like that'd make me gag. Oh, crush them. But like, what about the pills that are capsules? Because I hear that you're not supposed to those aren't supposed to open. Like, that's not the right way to, well, not that it's right, but it's preferable to not take them that way. Or is it just like, well, this is the way you have to take them? A patch option? I mean, that's good as long as it's just as effective, you know? Soda helps it go down easier. That makes sense because it's like heavier, so you notice it less because you're more focused on what the soda's doing. I guess I've done it before, but I didn't really think about it. Yeah, like I said, I'm not product placing. I'm not going to say a specific product because this might just turn into a product placement stream, and I don't want that to happen until somebody starts paying me to do it. But I will say, just as a quality of life thing, if you guys can get your hands on an electric toothbrush, it is fantastic. Speaking of which, I need to charge mine before I go to bed. The light started beeping. I normally brush before my second time of the day. I normally brush before I stream because my mouth feels nicer when I'm doing all this talking and not fuzzy.
I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
What?
Fuck my shit up, fam.
Right. I feel like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo. Followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes? It seems like she got there in like 10 seconds. What was gonna happen in 2 minutes? The thing was just gonna float and float and float. Keep floating. Keep floating. Got another 90 seconds to go here. That seems absurd. Okay. Okay. The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lanoir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. You know, I will give the judge credit on something here. It's about time that he kind of just embraced the fact that a lot of this is theatrics. Because with Phoenix, I don't feel like he ever did that. Now with Apollo, he's just like, take it away.
I figured it out already. I am a magician after all.
Well, tell me.
Not a chance.
Okay, so you want this 14-year-old client to die? Uh-huh. Yeah. It's so worth your little petty secrecy bullshit. Can we get her subpoenaed? Can we subpoena her as an expert witness, please, Your Honor? I would really like to do that. Because fuck this shit.
I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on.
This is... There seems to be a lot of reasons why people don't like this case. This is honestly the reason I dislike the case the most. Because this is nonsensical. None of this makes any goddamn sense. This is... Are we supposed to buy that keeping the secret of this trick is more important than Maki's life? That's utterly ridiculous. And I feel like the game's treating us like we're idiots. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. That's all you gotta fucking say? Is it still worse than Big Top Turnabout? So they're bad cases for two very different reasons. What this case has over Big Top Turnabout is that I find the characters in this case to be much more interesting. The dynamics of the characters are much more interesting. I cared about none of the characters except Max a little bit in Big Top Turnabout. I thought Max was an okay client as far as interesting, clients go. This case has interesting clients, but everything that's happening here is just fucking stupid. Like, the stuff that was happening in Big Top made a little more sense. It was still a mess of a case, but like everything kind of fell together and you're like, okay, we're fine, whatever, I get it. Yeah, sure. Even like all the witnesses and all that. This doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense. How did you proceed along this route?
How? I walked.
But you were right behind the floor, much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lanoir. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad.
I would never work with Trucy again. Ever, ever, ever. Haha, yes, laugh at the dumb attorney, I don't mind.
I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit, even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space.
Alright, if it wasn't a vehicle, what was it? You had me going for a while then, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next pot? Now I'm ready to rock and roll. Why do I feel like I'm some kind of quiz show? No, it's not to turn a quiz show. You're just there to amuse him now. Yeah, right, Nick? Jeez. Okay. I will push back on one thing with Big Top, though. One of the problems with the procrastination I've had with getting through the Justice for All VOD is that the Big Top case is so utterly boring and just... I listen to it and I want to fall asleep when I'm hearing these characters and hearing the story, like back myself. It's not that my presentation's bad. It's that having already done the case, then going back through the case, I'm like, this is even worse than I remember. So, like, I actively don't want to, like, have to edit those videos. I think I'm going to find this case a little more interesting to edit. At least there's more absurd moments here that make me go, are you fucking kidding me? And that's more interesting than, like, this is all just as, this case is just, why does it exist? You are the only one here that enjoys Big Top, but no, you are not the only one that enjoys Hero. You got Trep for that. Yeah, Max did just tell me the trick right off the bat, because he understood his priorities. It's not a time to be all into your creed. That's not worth a life. Yeah, I agree with Adamski's evaluation of, like, the priorities. You know, this is a game that's going to be over the top, and they're going to have some weird logic at times. The reason that I like this series and keep playing it is because the characters are interesting and charming, for the most part. If you don't have interesting and you know, funny, charming characters, then what are you bringing? Just a bunch of ridiculous logic? And that's it? Lord knows I don't play this game because it's a textbook example of courtroom procedure. All right, later days. Have a good one, dude. Thanks for hanging. I might consider making an entire video on, like, the worst, like, ranking the case 3s. Because I feel like I have a lot to say about all of them. Alright, later, Nick. Take it easy, dude. Have a good one. Yeah, that's good-o, Volpe. Everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not all. Only a few that were needed to help.
Yeah, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis.
But not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do?
I needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once there...
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience.
Yes, that is how it worked.
Not a bad show, if I do say so myself.
That's Uncle Valet for you. The old grammar-y touch.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either.
Ha ha ha, yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds.
Two minutes?
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it matters no difference to me.
Yeah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Lamar disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How?
You want my professional opinion? I'll bet the answer's right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Yes, Your Honor, but first I must save my game. Ugh. Evidence explaining the discrepancy? There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and testimony. I actually don't know. I don't think I have evidence for that, do I? Motorcycle wouldn't do it. Said it's in the video. Aha, so this is it. The magical key to unlocking this illusion's dark secrets. Tell it how it works. Quickly, I can't bear the suspense. Kind of hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see. Hey, Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood, but I haven't the faintest idea what he's talking about, and neither does he. Well, why don't you let me get a sentence out of my goddamn mouth before you interrupt me? I'm a little confused there, Apollo. Right, by which I conclude that I was wrong. Better luck next time, Pollywog. Mr. Justice, I'm holding you responsible for spoiling my mood. Is that a tear I just saw on the judge's eyes? Right, nothing to do but rethink this through. The key's in the video somewhere, I'm sure of it. It was Darian's voice you heard?
Yes, I'm certain it was him. Matter best left for you later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours to work on the illusion first.
Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? Important smortance. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion.
Are you trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo?
Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. The contradiction between Landmark's testimony and the video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right?
Sorry, Apollo, I'm not telling, not even if you make those puppy dog faces.
Fine, fine. Seriously, fuck Trucy. It's gotta be something. Oh, we can watch the whole tape? But wait a second. If it would have taken her 2 minutes to get over there, what was the fucking point of doing it all together? The song ends before the 2 minutes are up. Down. Throws the... You know, I gotta say, that's a hell of a throw, too. How does he do that? That fucking cape could have went anywhere. Like, that's a sick throw. Back. That was one of my first thoughts, Possum, is that she wasn't really there, and it was just an illusion of her being there. But I don't get what the fuck would be the point of even having her going from point A to point B when the song was over at that point. The song is over well before 2 minutes hits. What does her even moving there, like, accomplish? Let me get this one more time. Oh, hey. That's a nice touch. I don't know if that actually means anything, but... yeah, she doesn't have her brooch on later. So if the issue is time, what could be the issue? Pre-recorded? That's guilty love. So if the issue is the time, doesn't it stand to reason that she couldn't have been in both places when you saw her there? Because that's an impossibility. Unless created another, like, illusion or hologram of her. It's one of those isn't her, but then why even bother have her going through the vents? You could just have her on the other side in the first place. 2, she actually did get there in 20 seconds, but we know that's not what the plan was, and for her to get there 2 minutes after the fact would have been worthless. So I'm thinking she had to have left more than 2 minutes. She left 2 minutes before she reappeared. So what you see when she disappears isn't her. So then how do you prove that wasn't her? How do you prove it wasn't her? This one more time. Now let me focus on the early part, not the later, not the latter.
think it confirmed that. I think that confirms my thought, but I still don't see. I need to see what it was. I still don't.
I think there's still supposed to be something I'm supposed to see. And I still don't see it.
Get your hand in the air.
God, Clavier, I don't care. Go away. This also leads me to believe that she couldn't have disappeared when we think she did, because wouldn't we have seen her fall through the floor? Pretty transparent. And even if there is something, or what evidence points to that? Do I just use the video? Let's go back to the beginning real quick. God, I am no good with magic tricks.
Wait a second. Where does the exit backstage? From there, one can enter the form on the opposite side from the stage. This is an emergency exit, though, isn't it?
Backstage. Which is, it's interesting because this isn't backstage. This isn't backstage. Backstage is like back here. I'm gonna feel so dumb.
Fuck. I thought, let's get our health back.
Oh yeah, I feel like I have the elements, but I haven't been able to synergize everything, condense it into the actual trick. To punish myself, I must drink more bad wine. It's not enough. It's not enough time. So the illusion, part of the illusion is the time itself. Yeah, you're right, Tomek. That's my biggest pet peeve of what's going on. Oh God, I don't. Watching this tape over and over again, I don't think is gonna help me, like, see what I'm missing. I'm sure there's this little detail that I'm missing. The brooch can't be it, because in theory, even if it took her 20 seconds to move from point A to point B, she still could have lost the brooch through the vent. And I'm tired of hearing this song. I hate this song so much. Wait a second. Is that right? That's right. That could be it. It could be water. I'm sitting here drinking this bad wine. What? Is the connection okay? I see that we dropped some frames. See, this wouldn't be enough to put the case below Big Top, though, because there have been other cases where I've had this, like, logical struggle. It might not even be bad. I might just be stupid. So I can't, excuse me, I can't really comment on it until I see what the result is. No, that train of thought was going nowhere. Alright. For the sake of time, where should I be looking in the video? Because apparently there's something that you guys are seeing that I am not. I'll try to find it that way. There is something with the lyrics. Okay. I was thinking about that earlier, but I thought the lyrics were still a red herring. Alright, let's see. There's something about flying through the sky. Oh, I don't need to... Actually, don't... Leave this. Fleeing melody wraps itself around me. Now through the air I fly. So, one thing that I noticed, and I was thinking about earlier, but I couldn't find any connection were the keys.
Leading melody wraps itself around me. Now through the air fly.
I mean, that's supposed to be the misdirection. She doesn't actually fly. It also wouldn't make sense because then she would never have been able to hear what we said she hears. And we know she lost her brooch in the transport. Man, this is something. Of course she's lying about something, but what? Trucy literally says, I bet you can find it in the tape. And if it's not in the tape at all, then that's really shitty on the game's part. Yeah, it has to be in the tape, right? Otherwise, why would Trucy say that? And if it's not the tape itself, there's only a few things that were a part of the concert that could be used as evidence. So let's break it down this way. There was the guitar, there was the form diagram, there's maybe the keyring. The keyring is a part of the mixing board, the brooch, and that's it. So it got to be either this, or the form diagram or the guitar. And I don't think it's the guitar. That would be very, very strange. All right, have a good one, Sarah. Yeah, she claims she has 2 minutes. Well, right. The only way it makes sense for her to have done it in 2 minutes is if that wasn't her in the first part of the song. Oh, right. That's actually a good point. Where was that press dialogue? I can believe I forgot about that. I've been thinking about this for so long. Nope, not that one. This one? Okay, it's here. I did actually forget about this. Yeah. What did I say last time? Was it just the tape? I think I used the tape last time. It's not the diagram. Like, yeah, it has to be. Because if I have evidence, it has to be here. It's on the same damn. That's like the first thing I noticed, and I just never tried this. Wasn't that the first thing I said? I'm like, oh, she doesn't have her brooch on when she's on the other side. But if it took 2 minutes for her to get there, but in only 20 seconds she still had her brooch on, then, oh my god. I had the solution spoken outwardly, and I just didn't act on it. Just didn't act on it. So yes, it is in the video. I don't know if that makes it look better or worse, though. Like, yeah, you did talk about it. You just didn't fucking say it. Follow it up. For how long? God. Lamoir, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. God, we were looking at that too. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. Yes. So she is. Let's look a bit later. Okay, thank God. Just fast forward. Tired of seeing this fucking video. Now she doesn't have it. See, I just thought I was being really, like, unperceptive. Because I'm like, the only thing I noticed in this video is that she has the brooch earlier and then she doesn't. What? The brooch, it's gone. What?
Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamoir we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamoir we see after are two different people. Okay, so I was right. I was literally right about the solution. It's just a matter of how do you get there. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the scene of the crime. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamoir, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
Order for Prosecutor Gavin.
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case there, Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. Just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time.
So, I was right? There was a switch?
There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lamoir was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was the replacement Lamoir?
By the man behind the illusion, Valence Grammary.
Wow. Really? Bravo. It was Grammary? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing.
Yes?
That's why we ran into him. That makes sense. The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage.
That's right.
But this fake Lamoir is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
The Governors aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Yeah, I had a feeling she was wrong there. Perhaps you can explain, Lamoir?
Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. He is a master of disguise. Holy shit. Full pay.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
That seems... You were singing?
Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
Because there's a certain thing called acoustics that would noticeably change, I would think. But if you were singing while you were walking, plus the whole...
That's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right. You sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. With the speaker was there.
Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime.
What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Wait. This man is a verb. Who would be... Well, he'd be the Rolling Stones, right? So who would be his Beatles? Yeah, she's still crawling. Like, she's sitting there like... That's really impressive.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage.
At my request, actually. So Lamoir singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamoir singing over the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her voice. Couldn't you have also caught an echo, though? From her singing and then the speaker... Lamoir?
I have just remembered something.
Of course you have.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, so I
So you...
stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse.
Oh, was that in the tape too? That I did not catch. If somebody caught that, that's really good observation.
Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it?
The mixing, huh?
That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks.
Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. So yeah, we didn't have the ability to... I wanted to check the guitar serenade too, but they wouldn't let me do it. I had to... The Guitar of Love, right, was the other one? Let's take a listen. Now, okay. To my credit, I'm going to give myself a little bit of slack here. If we heard the actual lyrics instead of, you know, that's something I think would have been a lot easier to notice. Hey, what's up, Max? Guilty Love. Yeah, that's right. Bro, I'm gonna name my band after our name. Bye. Yeah, I mean, okay. So I can suspend the disbelief that she can just keep singing. But the problem is I have to suspend disbelief about a lot of things here, including the super sensitive mic that's both overly sensitive and not sensitive at all, in that it picks up her voice, but then nothing else around her. So it's very focused. It's very focused only onto her voice. Because if it's very sensitive and say the gain is high, then you would pick up that echo in the background from the speaker where she's hearing herself. But you don't. But yeah, still, if anybody caught that, that's impressive, because I was nowhere close to catching that. The song does stop there. It does. I must have missed it. God, no, I'm a fucking judge. My life is over. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. I guess they did have the lyrics on screen too. That's just, I did not catch that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, how was there no echo at all? Like, no echo. That's... Ugh. I agree, that's dumb. This whole act is sus in terms of how well it should have worked out. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoire's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter, which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. No. Okay. Stop right there. This might seem like a subtle difference where you might ask, who cares? What's the difference between the two? That statement right there should have been, it was not our client. That's all that matters. Case dismissed. But again, I understand these games have this issue where not only does the judge make you defend your client, but the game also turns you into a pseudo prosecutor, which does not happen in the US court system. It might in the Japan court system. That I'm not actually sure about. I've learned a lot more about that system since I started playing these games, but I don't know if it makes the defense do that consistently. Well, if it's not your client, then who is it? And if you can't tell me who it is, despite decisive evidence showing that it could not have been your client, then I'm going to find your client guilty anyways. That seems asinine, right? But maybe. I don't know. But just so that you guys know, the correct, if you're doing this case here, when you're Apollo there, you don't care. It's not that you don't care that Darian Crescent's the one that probably did it. What you care about is more definitively, it is not your client. After that, it's not your responsibility. Prosecution has to figure it out then. All you care about is getting your client off the hook. So they can pick up how the mic sound is. They can adjust how it's picked up, but generally, especially since that didn't seem like that was a super high-tech mic, you can only do it through gain, and all gain does is, am I picking up a lot or am I picking up a little? So if you lower the gain, let's say she lowered the gain like almost all the way down, so it was picking up very little. It could work, but she would suddenly have to start singing a lot louder too, because the mic isn't going to pick it up as well. Yeah, and I'm sure you're right, Adamski. I just wanted to make it clear that Apollo's, it's fucked up that this is Apollo's priority, because my priority would not be this, nor would any competent attorney's priority be that in the United States. But yes, I get that part of this is like, hey, Japan, our system's kind of garbage from the Japanese point of view. What do you mean it's not fun to do that? I think it's really... at this point, we've defended our client, and this was, in terms of the ridiculousness that we had to go through, I would say that would be fun if I'm Apollo. I feel spent after that. Like, we just jumped through all the magical hoops available. That was a good time. Now I'm done. But that's from a, like, if I were actually in the courtroom perspective. I understand from a game perspective. In fact, I don't even think it's a matter of fun. I think the reason you have to do this in the game is because you need closure in the case. And as the player, you don't receive proper closure if there's not a definitive conclusion that's beyond our client is innocent. It also has to be this person is guilty. It happened more than once, I think. I'm pretty sure that happened more than once. And I'm pretty sure I got irritated about it every time, too. Did you refresh, Jake? You might have to refresh. Yeah, somebody was talking about that when we were playing the original trilogy Metal. And somebody was saying the other day that it's exaggerated how the few cases they won. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. Because they're like, oh, I think they win like 1% of the time. Well, that's still only 1 out of 100 cases. Oh, I think the statement was that, oh, they win all the time. They win every day. Well, yeah, of course they win every day. Because I'm guessing there's at least 100 criminal cases that the entire country of Japan is dealing with. And if only one of those has to win out of those 100 that happen daily, then yeah, sure, they happen every day. But just the one. And these aren't all murder trials we're talking about, right? Well, I agree with that. It's just like, and that's why this case is kind of frustrating in that they should have just beat the revolver horse over and over and over and over. He could not have done that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, in the U.S., you just can't point the finger at somebody else like it happens in this game. You cannot do that. Okay, I would say that you cannot do this. You are really putting yourself on the line by doing that. You gotta prove your client innocent while simultaneously catching real killer and solving 15-year-old case. Now. .3%. Yeah, it's... Ugh. All right, later, Jake. Take it easy. I think part of it, and I was complaining about this. I wasn't complaining about it, but I was saying, like, I think that there might be a bias just because of how the system and how they go about things are set up. They have a reputation of not doing things unless they feel their case is incredibly strong. So thus, as a judge might think, well, you wouldn't have brought the case unless it's incredibly strong, so I'm just gonna have a bias towards what you're saying must be correct. Like, that's a problem. That's an inherent problem with doing things that way. You like to think the judge would not have that bias based on reputation, but judges are human beings. They're not machines. What would I do if I found out the real culprit of the case? So you can accuse somebody, but you have to be able to present it based on evidence. You can't just say, well, I know who did it. It's this guy. Well, how do you prove that? Well, I just know. Like, that wouldn't work. So I guess the answer to what would I do is I would try to find the evidence that proves that it was that person and not my client. Or at least enough to prove that it wasn't my client. Like what we just did here. We've been looking at it, proving that it was Darian Crescent for this entire day. Once we get to this point, we're done. Like, this would be satisfactory for our client to be off the case. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? A forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it's entirely based upon Lamore's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? No, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendants? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Yeah, and remember, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not the defense in the United States. That's a little different. If this were to be a trial in the U.S., without him saying, oh, she could be lying, that ain't good enough. That ain't good enough. You need more than that. Judge might be disposed to just say, let's get rid of this case now and dismiss it. Till we hear directly from the man himself. The man you don't mean. Yes, though is he a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Well, then that sounds like this should be a different murder trial. His murder trial. As a suspect who has been charged. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Oh, Raiders! Yo, thank you to Papa for the raid. Let's say hi to everybody that came in here. Professor Pie, Kink, Coach Bruce Tipper, Pooblaw, Day Man, KJ Games, Smart Man,
Super duper Alex Gaming Channel, Up himself, 3D Dante, Naruto Shadow. How's everybody doing? What were you playing this evening, Papa?
Welcome, young turn.
And get your link here for you. Hello, Water Buffalo. So Mario Maker 2, very nice. Doing viewer levels or doing like endless expert, super expert, want to bang my head against the wall because I suck at the game type expert? Oh man, I wish I was better at that game. I'm just so bad. All right, let me. All right, this is the link to Papa Agron's YouTube. I think. Did it work? There we go. Okay. Make sure to go check out his channel. Throw him a sub. Show him some love for throwing the raid our way. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Publo. For those that don't know me, my name's Twain. I am an attorney licensed in the state of Wisconsin, and I also game. So after a few years of doing this channel and I started streaming, it was determined that I should put 2 and 2 together and play this series. So we are in game 4 of the 6 main titles. Even after this, we're going to have 2 more games plus the 2 spin-off games, the investigations games that we're going to have to do. And 3 other people on the channel with me. One other does the streaming, so us 2 do most of the streaming. And then the other 2 are more involved in the Let's Plays. So yeah, we do a bunch of different stuff. I also speedrun, mostly Mega Man, also some Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Pop. I appreciate it. I don't think I gave out raid credits. You're not bad. The levels are. Well, I don't look at it that way. I just see myself as needing to get good. Let's get a jam going. There we go. There's a jam. 40 likes. Man, I owe a lot of credits for 20, 25... for what? 25, 150, 350. Jeez. $350. 500? No, 600. Oh, I can't math. It's too late for math. $750, is that right? Oh, math. You literally slay me. $150. Thank you, Trev. 450. 700. Oh, 1,000. Good lord. Okay. Twitch gets 950 because I had to use the 50 to get the. Viewer levels. Okay. Gotcha. And is it like the viewer levels where they
know what you like and dislike, so they specifically craft the levels to make you want to bang your head against the table. Yeah, no worries, Pop. I appreciate you throwing the raid my way. I mean, I could, Tara, but it's just one of my big problems with doing anything these days is, do I have the time to fit it in? It's just difficult. I mean, yeah, it would be fun, probably. Like, because the familiarity would probably help me, like, learn them better, I would guess. Like, oh, this is kind of this level, but this is the twist sort of thing. It feels like that sometimes. Well, especially if you do it often, like your viewers, and especially if you get a ton of viewers, which I assume you do, they're gonna be like, I know how to get Papa pissed. I'm gonna do this, and have this here, and have this here. It's just, it's in the viewer nature. Well, once again, thank you everybody for coming in on the raid with Pop. I appreciate you. If you subbed, awesome, thank you. It might not show up in the feed just because if you don't have the public subs, it won't. Streamlabs doesn't know how to deal with that, I guess, but yeah. Oh, you have a super world? Nice. Nice. Oh, did I not do it correctly? Did it just not happen? Oh, okay, I see. That's where I screwed up. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. My bad. Why did it copy both? There we go. Now they have been given properly.
Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lanoir's performance?
Why she was in that air vent and that switch on the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Oh no, that's Phoenix. I know you had what it took.
Ah, Daddy.
Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? God, smug Phoenix is the best Phoenix. I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hey ya. Why do I even bother hoping?
Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
I'm sorry about that. I had to go get some cigarettes and then realized that I left some money at home. Never mind, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Yeah, secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter, not as well dressed. Hey, debatable. Debatable. Have you seen his hat? That hat is fantastic.
Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Oh, you stupid girl. Why would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Also now, you're legally Trucy's father. Bye! Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Maki Tobe off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely that our Diva Divine is telling the truth.
What about all the proof? The brooch and the switch?
A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder.
There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. Flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
If the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure.
God, what? Oh my God. He's just like a completely different person. So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods.
Ugh.
Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend.
Detective Sky? Emma?
Let's see, this bag of snacks. Here was meant for me. Here it is.
what are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snack material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa?
Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little devicey thing.
Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Those were the fake gunshot sounds. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe.
Right.
Every man has an igniter inside him.
Excuse me?
Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off.
Oh my God. Phoenix. Dude.
Oh, God.
To answer your question, Poobla, yes. I have VOD-cut versions where I've edited them, and then the full streams are all up on the channel. 8 Mile form.
Combate.
$7 years worth of them, right? Yeah, he is. That's a lot to learn in 7 years. Man. Oh, wait, no. I was gonna say, I hope that's me in 7 years, but he's my age now, right? Oh God, I'm older than him. And I'm not Cryptic Mentor yet. Oh, my life is a failure. Oh well. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally.
Oh, what does he want us to do? No conventional methods, what does that mean?
I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. That is a terrible approach.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. I guess maybe that's what it is. I'll have to stop being a lawyer in order to become the best lawyer like Phoenix did. Only when you stop searching will you truly find what you are looking for. A sad realization, Volpe. Well, I thank you, Scarlet, but it's just not the same. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3, but his guitar playing, it fires my imagination.
That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct?
Oh, I know. F-word.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Final witness? How does he know is the final witness? Kinda... Slow your roll, Judge. We've seen what can happen in these cases.
Name and occupation, please.
Oh, Darian Crescent, Detective. Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. Oh, and I'm a guitarist for the Gavaneers. Maybe you've heard of us.
Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Oh, yes, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave your word I wouldn't be standing here.
Situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Actually, the trial's already continuing. If you might begin the direct examination of the witness, then yes. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamoire's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be our national pastime in Borginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice, ha!
Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. That is the plot twist of the century. He's just playing a role, and the whole time he's like, I know exactly how all this is going to play out. This is the final this is the next witness. Nope. Nothing should be gleaned from my comment there.
The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lamoire's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I did what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind.
You go too far, Darian.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you got a reliable witness, why not listen to the detective?
Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
He didn't waste any time finding out our weak spot.
Can't do this with Lamoire's testimony alone.
I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place.
If I knew that that was my future, I'd quit my law practice right here and now. Oh God, this guy's nothing like Mondo except they have awful hair. You don't have any proof she was lying?
Oh yeah, kid. You saying I lied?
No, I'm just saying, oh God. This is where Apollo shrivels up.
Apollo, glare back at him.
I couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Yeah, stop being a fucking... Oh, God, just go at him. Detective Crescent.
Yeah, what do you want?
Nothing.
Apollo, chin up. Sack up. Back straight. You're wilting.
This guy's hard as nails. Makes Walkie look downright cooperative.
Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice.
I want it. Yes, I do. For our playthroughs. They should be all on our channel. It's the same channel on YouTube, just with spaces in between the words. Students space of space gaming. And for those on YouTube, we're on Twitch with our name with no spaces. Students of Gaming. But yeah, we restream on both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I mean they definitely have the hair is their distinguishing characteristic, right? I think he is supposed to be a shark. It just looks really stupid. If Maya was next to Apollo, this case would have been ended a lot earlier because she would have been like,
oh, I can't tell you how this magician's secret is done, even if it means the death of a 14-year-old kid.
Oh, really? Well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're going through Apollo Justice now. Next game, we're probably gonna do the 2 spin-offs after this before we get to Dual Destinies. All right. Yeah, if you want to see the whole YouTube channel. That breaks law stuff. The investigation games first. Mostly because I saw that leak that said the Great Ace Attorney games are supposed to be getting their own localization soon, so it seems like it'd be easier to just wait for those to get released in the US before playing them. Yeah, Edgeworth's my favorite character, so I am expecting good things. Never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert?
Not a word. It's not as far as I can recall.
But weren't there planning sessions or something?
Gavin took care of all that himself.
Aaron wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her.
Ugh. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that.
Lamoire's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. I need proof.
As if.
What a rebuttal. No. Not Investigations 2, but the Great Ace Attorney games are supposed to be getting translated. So for Ace Attorney Investigations 2, I already know I'm going to have to use like a fan translation for that. So there's no point in waiting for that with that game. You know what's funny? I felt really like, I don't want to say scummy, but I felt really clickbaity, like putting that in the title, but that's like literally what people look up in the YouTube searches. So like, I guess it's also not clickbaity because it's true. I'm just not used to having titles like that in our videos. That's something I had to get over real quick. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it.
Oh yeah, there was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse.
What do you mean?
The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song, a miscue. So, she just plugged it up, big time, that's all. She spins a story about a gunshot to protect the kid, and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time.
Darian, watch what you say. Lamoire's an artist. She just loved it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber.
She got to you all right. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head.
A detective of rift in the governor's ranks.
Anyway, she's so too close to an offended. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a prick.
Pick, not prick. Fair. Not everybody just has money to be like, oh, Nintendo Switch? Boom, mine. Taking this home. Jumping into these games immediately. I know. And like that was the whole point. I am achieving what I set out to do. It's just, you look at everything else I do in terms of titles for the rest of our videos, it's nothing like that. It's very, by the book, I guess. It isn't made of cardboard. Well, it's laminated. give any. So, this is the back of the card. See it? Yeah. You see, it's just like a laminated, flimsy laminated card. So it ain't no attorney's badge like in these games. That would actually be really cool, but that's not what we have. It's not cardboard, but it's also not the gold pin he has or whatever. Yep. It is cheap. I wouldn't call it uncool. It is cheap, though. But yeah, so consider part of the thing is that in the US, very rarely do I ever actually have to show that card, and I guess it's just because people are super fucking trustworthy. The only time I have ever had to show that card is if I was going to see a client in jail or prison, because you have to show the people at the front like. Because in court, when you enter your notice of retainer, the judge normally has a chance to look you up beforehand. So there's not going to be any question as to whether you're a legitimate attorney, legitimately licensed attorney or not. So you're not showing, your badge to the judge. And I've never had to do it, like, looking for evidence either. People are just like, oh, you're a lawyer. Yeah. Oh, okay. If somebody told me that, I'd ask for a badge or a card. I could pin it on my suit. It would look really stupid. Yeah, I should probably get one of those badges. That'd be cool. Oh, God. Show them the card. This is the evidence. Judge be like, I sanction you for $500 to a charity of my choice. That was expensive. Nick is on the fence with Legal Eagle with a lot of his most recent videos. How so? Is it just the presentation? Or does he think the substance is lacking? I've only seen his earlier vids before he got, like, really big. So I don't really know what he's been doing lately. His analysis always seemed really good, and his presentation was great for people that, if you didn't know, like, procedures in law. The problem is that I actually commented on one of his videos saying this. I'm like, there was one thing he got very wrong, and it was obvious to me that it's because he lives this bigger firm life, and it seems like he's completely out of touch with anything that isn't a big firm. Which, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily expect him to if he never worked in one, but it's like, you can't really make definitive statements like, criminal and family law firms aren't ever together. Like, you don't have attorneys working on both. Actually, in small to medium firms, if you have a family law practice, you probably also practice criminal law, because a lot of it overlaps, especially when it comes to domestic abuse cases. Not all the time. But like I said, for small to mid firms, it happens very frequently. And he just said it. I'm like, that's wrong. That's, like, objectively wrong. And yes, Lynch, I might seem like a very flamboyant person, but I actually do not like being flaunty. It just feels... My parents have always been very anti-flaunt. Be humble. And so now it's to the point where if I do it, I'm like... But to a certain point, especially if you're a content creator, you kind of have to do that. Otherwise, why are people going to find you, what's going to catch their eye, All right, lighter metal. Take it easy, dude. Stupidest thing I've ever heard from another lawyer during a hearing or session. I can't. So there have been a lot of stupid things. I can give you the most confusing thing, and not. I'd have to paraphrase it. I can't even paraphrase it anymore. There was some. It was a juvenile case in which I was a guardian ad litem, representing the best interests of the child. And this one very difficult attorney, he's known to be difficult, was representing one of the parents. And so after that case was a hassle, it was a mess. Finally, they agreed to settle to certain conditions of what are called conditions of return. For if the child is out of your care, to put them back into your care, you have to follow these conditions with social workers, child protective services, in order to have your children returned to you. He used some really, really weird Irish metaphor trying to parallel to his client situation. And I would love to go back and look at my notes and see if I wrote down like a reference to it, because I would generally notate stupid things like that for posterity. But I'd have to go back and look at the case. And I remember the judge looking like he didn't say anything about it, but you tell he had a weird look. And so after the case, it was the next day, I was talking to the judge, a case had ended, and I was talking to the judge about something else that was going on. He's like, and he brought it up, he's like, do you remember what attorney so-and-so said about like that metaphor he gave yesterday? And I'm like, yeah, that was really strange, right? He's like, I honestly didn't know how the hell to react to that. I just kind of looked and was like, I'll just pretend like he didn't say that and continue going on. It was so bizarre. I've never had a judge just sit there and be speechless about something before. Judges will scream and yell before they're ever speechless. It takes a lot to make a judge like go completely speechless. I wish I could. I should try and look for that and see if I can remember what something with a horse and it was weird. It was really weird. Yeah, I feel you on that, Lynch. Oh, really? Yeah, that's kind of strange. I mean, the problem is that a lot of other YouTube lawyers, that's what they've started doing. And that's how they get more views and more subscribers, is they end up being very, like, choose one way or the other. This is the way I'm going. Are you for or against me? And stuff like that. And that gets... I do that too, but for opinions on video games, not legal issues. I also don't really like that, personally. I can think of a few others very clearly, but I'd rather not get into flame wars about this sort of thing. Oh yeah, younger people, that was a thing that we used to say on message boards back when I was a teenager. We're having flame wars, and what that was is that you'd go on and insult each other on different message boards or in chat rooms. It's dumb. Anyways, actually, I was there too. So I hear, which means you've heard them, right? Too, right? The gunshots. Yes, we heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lamoire got the same excuse then. You know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots.
Rocky heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them?
So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Could it be the evidence that I just got regarding firecrackers or works or some shit? That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think.
I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. Getting back to relying on Lamwar's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Darien Forehead show, there is no need for such tempers.
Don't make us into some comedy duo.
This mean the Gavin and Darien show's canceled?
Either of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere.
Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts.
New facts, huh?
He's pretty eager to paint Lamwar as a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
Oh, this is tough. What do we do?
Got a few ideas. Just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen the way he says it, when he says it did. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device.
That's the remote triggered igniter.
Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. You have reports that it was something like a firecracker.
How did Gavin know about this?
What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darien as a witness in today's trial, just in case.
This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control.
You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? Right when two witnesses came walking by?
That's right. Darien was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know when someone was backstage right then?
The firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man?
Ugh. How do I explain this?
You may not look it, but Darien is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it.
You may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set.
Something odd?
A headset, the kind all the band and staff members were wearing.
That's right.
We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on?
You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage.
Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darien. There are no sides in the court of law.
There is, but from his perspective. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a prosecutor. Amazing. So yes, you can register a witness without their knowledge. The issue is that without a subpoena, they may not be compelled to testify. So in order for them to be subpoenaed, they'd have to know because they have to receive that notice. Otherwise, you just kind of have them on the list and they're not compelled to testify then. This game taught me more life lessons than my parents ever did that I've played this series. I mean, it does. These games are really good in, like, helping you discern, like, between, like, the good and the bad, right? Which, from a realistic standpoint, it isn't realistic because a lot of things are a lot more gray than black and white. But still, it's good to understand, you know. It's good to see it that way sometimes so you get a better idea, right? Because a lot of cases in life have explanations that make you not think super ill of the convict, you know? Here, no matter what their motive is, it's generally like, man, fuck you, dude. Like Arrow. Fuck him. Like, piece of shit. I don't care what happened to your brother. Well, then justify anything you did.
Which is why I now turn to you, Hereford. I have a question for you.
Huh? For me?
The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime? It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi, but we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. Ugh. You've raised the possibility that the shots were heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half?
Oh, look, I'll just tell him. Oh. Uh-huh. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin?
Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second act? Yeah, I think.
You'd better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through.
It can be proven.
You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Acro it was acro and bat, right? Yeah, no, for real. Quite honestly, that they are a lot stronger than what you'll see in any American media. It's nice. My sister and I were never that close, and it makes you kind of go, man, I wish we were. We're actually a lot closer now than we ever were when we were kids, ironically. Oh my god, they were a pun all along. That is what a good attorney does. You have to be able to admit when you're very clearly wrong about something or when somebody is very clearly right. Because if you continue to try to prove that wrong, your case looks weaker. A judge will say, you can't even admit this thing that's so clearly true. Like, this is absurd. Why should I believe anything you're saying then? Like, it's important to be able to acknowledge what is so very clearly true and what you do not have, or what you have an incredibly weak argument against. But then you try to show why that particular thing doesn't matter, just like Clavier did. Said, yeah, you're right, but it still doesn't prove your case. Like, that's excelente. But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been, what, some kind of setup? I've heard that one before.
We need proof, Apollo. We need proof that the shooting took place during the second set.
If you know how to do that, I'm all ears.
Maybe the gunshots are the key after all.
What do you mean?
Well, Lamar said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion, when she was up above the ceiling.
When she forgot the words of the song, yeah.
You can prove the gun was shot right when she missed the lyrics. We're home free, I think.
True, not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove that?
Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice. That happens sometimes. Right, Your Honor, sorry. Normally, though, you're talking to your client, not somebody else. Like Trucy, a minor who's just there for some reason. So let me take a quick look through the court record.
He's pretty eager to paint Lamar as a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
This is tough. What do we...
Oh, no. We did that already.
Oh, can we? Mr. Wright, you will not allow your minor friend there to point a gun at you during trial. God, you guys are worthless. Did you know in China? Yeah, I don't care. Just the same thing. Yeah, same damn thing. PJ. No, she would not be allowed to register as co-counsel. Review. I'm gonna read what Hollis says again here. Yeah, they did have a cute girl for a sidekick, and then they killed her. No, we're losing. She was up below the ceiling. Got the words of the song, yeah. Improve the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics. 3. Fuck.
didn't happen when he says it. Fuck. Okay. And to prove that it didn't happen when he said it. I forget where the pleasure part is. Turn this up for Never. I'm not musically inclined. I like music, I just am not good at it. And what? There's clear proof left behind. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know that's what it is, right? Right here in Lanoir's song. Her song. What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone preps? Yes. Yes. Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lanoir's voice included. Ho ho! But what does this prove? According to Lanoir's testimony, the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? Might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Huh, ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on the stage?
Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets.
Oh.
We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lanoir's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same.
Ah, okay. So it's in her song. It's in her song. So that's number one. Then let's get to analyzing that recording right now. Lanoir stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot, and I'll find the gunshots. Fuck, I need to turn the... It's so quiet. Must have missed it. What would it be considered? Inductive reasoning? Well, let me tell you, PJ. Once you find it, your life is it's gonna get a lot better. How did I not hear that the first time? I just swore to, maybe it's because I didn't turn the volume up when I was doing. Yeah, okay. Wait, can we? I can't. What do I do? Just press pause? Like, what is it? What does it want me to? Fuck. How do I locate it? Like, what does it want me to do? Well, I don't even know how to select it, apparently. Oh, the number? Alright, thank you, because I had no fucking idea. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamoire's voice. I did hear something faint. Why? It sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Look, my hair went all flaccid. That only happens when somebody makes a mistake.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second sets, which means Lamoire's testimony was true.
Good. Order. So, she was telling the truth about what she heard? Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Creston, you went on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamoire was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough to hear her mic. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then she passed over the dressing room. Do they know how loud gunshots are? The gun was fired again, and Mr. Latusse's life was taken. Especially from a .45 Magnum, she should have heard both. Well, Detective Crescent.
Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the Mixie jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead.
I swear 50% of this case is flashback.
I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latusse's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur or 14 years old.
Wait, now we care about this again? So when it comes to Mr. fucking Presley over here playing his guitar and having a dislocated, messed up shoulder, now we care about it. But when it was, hey, this 14-year-old probably can't do this without breaking his arm, we didn't care. We didn't care. When strong enough evidence. That's strong enough. Yeah, exactly. Logic. Wait. You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ah, you're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of them. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You've got a little noise on the tape that could be anything. No. The gunshot just can't be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Blind people don't have shoulders. There we go. That's the answer. Oh, I get a little murder spark in my eyes every so often. Especially with poor logic. Blind people can't dislocate their shoulders or don't have shoulders at all. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. I was gonna say, I'm almost positive that the last thing we need to prove is motive. If he has no motive, then it becomes a lot tougher. That was the Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Motive. Just fucking press him. Hey, her manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was... Oh, right. Sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lurk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. That's cold. He could threaten contempt. I'm not sure he'd straight give it right away. It depends on how the behavior of the witness was prior to that. And just before somebody asks, no, I have literally never in my life thought those 3 words in that order as the only words in a sentence ever as a thought in my head in a courtroom. God. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. Good old trip. That's the same for Maki. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Isn't that circular in nature? He did because he could have? Yeah, no, that doesn't fly, man. Because, I mean, that's part of the issue. They've proven no motive for our client either. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. Darian, you're a detective with international affairs? Yeah, whatever. Even if this was Mr. Latusse's first trip to the country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Don't you take any international trips in international affairs? That's right. Well, Detective Crescent? That's your game, isn't it? Guess I'd better confess then. Confess? Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international. See, me and the plane's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences, there, forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. Why the bloody fuck would he be a part of the international affairs then? As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. Yeah, but you would still want a guy who'd be able to go overseas to be doing that work. Keep him, into something local, where his talents can be utilized even greater. That's so unfair. So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now, ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see. You sure about that? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. That's contempt of court. Take him away. Bake him away, toys. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget what you're accusing of what. Who you're accusing of what? Therefore, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking. Ah, man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using his motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. Oh. What is this? Oh, sample. Never mind. It just says sample and nothing else. Alright, I gotta show that he had met him before. Or just that he had reason to kill him.
same thing, right? Yep.
Time to tip the scale.
Hey, Lana, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. That they knew each other. Do this. This tells me anything. Yeah, there's not anything else. Remember what we used to use. Am I going a step too far here? Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Victim Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon, never seen one that color. It's a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it? It does. Wait, I mean, I think it does. See, I don't like that. I don't like that presentation because he's just... His reasoning is, oh, well, he was looking into this thing with this very expensive whatever. Does that alone... Like, that's very flimsy evidence for trying to prove a motive for Darian. We don't even know if Darian knew anything about it. Like, I'm not a fan of that. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind you can make, well, silk out of?
Not this one. The cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A weapon, perhaps? A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. That is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoon business. Yeah. Slandering deceased would warrant fine penalty. I mean, let's just say I've seen people get away with worse, but because they didn't really, although I guess that's a matter of opinion, right? I've seen some stuff happen in court, and a client, and not a client, but never my client, good Lord. I make sure my clients have more sense than that. But I've seen people do what I would think is worse and not get taken away like immediately. But yeah, no, you're right. It's fucked up. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. The kids think of the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He's up to something. I'm going to find out what. That memo, that's how you knew about the cocoons? Did he even have to admit that? I don't know, that seems like some very loose lips on his part. I'm not sure he had to volunteer that information. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them. Well, Lamar knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're legal to export, that's all. Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. So, there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche? All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention.
Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say, objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Pot calling kettle black?
Who's on trial here again?
Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. That's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff.
Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system.
Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts?
That wasn't what I was trying to,
Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International Affairs, Interpol, and Borginian Customs are all watching.
See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word the diva says. Why, I oughta... Oughta what? You want some of this?
chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah?
Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. Good god damn!
Replica has to be the key to his motive. Gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. Cigar.
Is that the cocoon right here? Like half of a cocoon?
That's probably just the sun, huh? That's overanalyzing. Yeah, he's like a little wuss, but then it's like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. Like, goddamn, dude. Reel it back, reel it back, reel it back. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would.
How clueless are you? Everyone on the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my keister goodbye.
I sell to a black market buyer. How about someone like this? That article that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease, a cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let Sleeves over there trick you.
Sleeves.
So I made a deal with the Chief Justice, where's your proof?
Well,
oh yeah, you're forgetting one other important thing.
Do tell.
Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. You recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glamorous fop. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. That's pretty extreme. Virginia has this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country. This level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. Well, that's the situation. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. Those 3 extra pieces of evidence. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are the reports of failed smuggling ops. Dyslexia is a son of a bitch. Not exactly something you want to go copy. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course. I weep for our judicial system. Replica has to be the key to the blah 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 blah. Wonder. I wonder. I wonder. I was right. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? Just blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't understand. So if their whole thing is that you have to synthesize it very carefully, why don't they just do it and then sell it? They could make a ton of money for their country. Why the... Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory here, forehead. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean? He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule.
And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band. York! I think it's unconventional, but I'm pretty sure I guess I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Keep in mind that these sort of situations rarely, if ever, happen. I don't think I can think of one time where it would have been helpful for me to talk about something that the prosecution did. But think about, like, if a prosecutor threatens, makes a threat, or tries to bribe or something like that. That's something that could be brought up because that could create a mistrial. The hair be limp. Order, order, order. The igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution. Ah, hair forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the general sounds of Lanoir's ballad, if you please.
First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case.
The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Wrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah.
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself.
The cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. The guitar burst into flames and was lost. Yes, Phoenix should have 100% brought up the fact that he was tased by Manfred von Karma. Yes. Mr. Latouche died.
With Lanoir to witness it.
There's your case.
Oh, brilliant, man.
Detective Crescent, I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly?
A made-up story? It makes a great deal of sense, yeah?
They're punk with Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, you haven't.
Ah, let's see you make up a story for that, kid. I don't have the cocoon in the first place, huh? Not so hard to imagine. You had help, Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lanoir heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Just in case we randomly fuck this up. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then, but be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who is the smuggler's accomplice? Really? It's him? We can't point out our own client, can we? This is grossly unethical for us to call out our own client. So, from an ethical perspective, I think we gotta point him out. Oh, did I say that? Dude. This is... I guess they did say that. Not cool, man. Not cool. There's only one person that could have done this, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobae. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. The defense attorney accusing his client. That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Now, the other crime that's going to get him killed, well, shit. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamois? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? He would have a bad reputation. He did admit it. That doesn't mean I would not have admitted that in open court. One thing you have to consider as an attorney is how this could have repercussions to other cases the client may be facing. Especially without talking to them first about it. Nah, this ain't that. That wasn't okay. Doesn't matter if he admitted to us. That's like, at least you have to at least talk to him about it first. Potentially a much lesser crime, I would still talk to them first about doing that before I do it. Truth is not greater than acquittal to the ethics of an attorney. For an attorney, we are charged with defending our client to the best of our ability. Zealously is the word that's used. That would seem to elevate acquittal over truth. Now, on the other hand, the prosecutor should be more worried about truth than a guilty verdict because their role is different. It's not that I would lie, because not bringing it up is an omission as opposed to an active lie. Oh, it's definitely a yikes. That's the way it is. And I mean, we have some ethical duties. Let me see if I can find the exact. Right. So here's what it is. We do. I thought there was a specific name for the rule, but I guess there isn't. So we have. We have an active, we may have an active duty to report if our client is intending to commit a crime or fraud, but not for something that happened in the past. kind of like the doctor privilege, right? Isn't that how it is, Adams? Actually, I'm not sure if it's the same for where you reside, but I know psychiatrists aren't supposed to tell anybody if something happened in the past, but if there's going to be something in the future that is going to happen and there's a plan to have it happen, they must report it because it's about potentially saving an imminent threat from occurring. Well, it's true. Maki is only being charged with smuggling, but the penalty of smuggling those outside of his country is death. So you're not really helping him. Yeah, and it does. Yeah, it doesn't make like I've been saying. You as the attorney are playing pseudo prosecutor here, and that's not what happens in normal court. It's not your job to be partially a prosecutor. He didn't smuggle better logic for real. I think Trep's right. I'm not sure. It could be that the creator didn't know, but it also could be because it's, again, I mentioned this earlier, it's way more compelling of a story to then also figure out who it is, who did it, as opposed to just getting your client off. You don't necessarily have closure there for the case in general. You have closure for your client, but as a person engaging in a narrative, that's not enough. As an attorney, it's enough, but I'm not engaging in a narrative. I just have a job to do, right? Phoenix plays pseudo prosecutor in almost every case. It's not even just the first case. And yes, I've mentioned several times, we're aware that this is the Japanese court system, but the creator himself has also acknowledged that this is an exaggeration of the Japanese court system. How often they actually have to prove that their client is not only innocent, but that someone else specifically did it? I don't think it happens like it does in the game. Yeah. What they know is that it's really heavily weighted against the defense attorneys, and so that's the satire. Just show what type of shit they could go through. Yeah, it would be boring because you're the favorite every time in that case. Edgeworth is always the favorite. Francisco's always the favorite. Clavier is always, they're always the favorite, and that would be boring. Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage let's look at the stage in the diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamar could still have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamar stand-in they were on the tower. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamar's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective. Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time? Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Oh, God. Too bad, so sad. Punk?
First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
But exactly what we're supposed to see in this video. The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? Is that right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Or build a case on my client's story knowing was fishy or straight up wrong. I've never thought a client was outright lying. Mostly because I don't take cases where I think my client's lying. I've taken cases where their explanation is sketch. But it doesn't necessarily have to be sketch in that they did something wrong in regards to their case. It could be sketched for another reason. Like a morally, but not illegally, done act. You know what I mean? Because generally, no. First of all, if I have to defend a lie, it's way more work for me to have to defend a lie, and I just don't even bother. It's just, I get too stressed out doing what I do anyways, not sitting there defending a lie either. Not to mention, they'd have to pay me a lot more money. I've seen this video a lot more times than my own mother, and me too. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Yeah, how was you supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? We got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free with the Diva. Lamoir! But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch.
You're having fun.
Because I forgot that the switch was in the piano.
Time to change face.
My short-term memory makes me a bad attorney. Oh god, here we go. Piano plays non-stop. All the several subs that happened, or all the YouTube subs are coming in like in bunches and late, and it's so annoying. Acme Studios, Righto, and Raid the engine here? Is that right? Oops.
I'm glad you're having fun.
You couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Apollo, were you wrong?
I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. He hits a wrong key. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobae didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. But the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Sound holes. Uh-huh. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Maki Tobae the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice,
And our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
well, you better find a way to prove it.
What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd. Wait a second.
What? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now?
The game's not kidding. Just now, he just... Celeste suicide, yes. Yes, definitely more.
It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Maki Tobaye pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Maki Tobaye pressed that switch? I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us the evidence supporting this. F4head, you're sure about this?
I'll accept it. There's no evidence, man. Well, either way, my client's gonna fucking die at this point, so shrug!
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch? Basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music. What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flames. Turnabout flashback. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He couldn't play the piano with the other. Oh, what? So you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Ugh. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here?
Wait, I know.
Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy.
Yeah? You got something?
Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he?
Oh, Daddy? You couldn't play a part like that even if you had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flames. He was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it. God damn it. Turn this. And prove he played one-handed.
How do I... Oh, the segments? Yeah, you're right. Here we go. God, it was loud. Damn it! It's the third section, then. It has to be the third section, right? Hoping I just get it over with. Wait, is it really that late? You sure? Are we sure about that? No, not everyone's good at music. I fucking suck at music. I have no idea what... I can tell that that requires two hands. That sounds simple. How precise do you have to be? It's just the section, isn't it? Like, it's only one of four things. So if it's not either of these three, it must be the first one. I honestly didn't hear it. But I also don't claim to know a goddamn thing about music, so...
Prosecutor, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized yourself, F-Warhead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. This case sounds odd to me, Your Honor. Yeah, right. Man, how many times have we got to listen to the same thing? It's a legitimate question. You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section. Give the guitar burst from the frames at the end. Burst in the flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh night, oh that night in your embrace." Play verse 2 again. I just want it to be over. God. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. Yo, what's up, Wolf? What's up, dude? What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh, that was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Marky changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Oh, encore! I'm sure there is a difference, I just don't know what it is. Order, order, order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Bill Prosecutor Gavin. Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? Can't believe it, I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. God. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. Dude, this case should be over. This is the game doing what it did in Rise from the Ashes. Too long, too many unnecessary little back and forths. It's not over? I don't like when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Forehead? Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. Facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Well, that's great, because even circumstantial evidence, if enough built up, can prove murder. Just has to be a lot. Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him. There probably isn't enough here. I'll agree with that. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. Except for the fucking fact that it's so goddamn obvious that it's not our client because of the gun. So this doesn't matter. This is... Oh, God. This is when the whole pseudo-prosecution thing is frustrating. This would never happen. This is absolute garbage. We're done. We are done here. Regardless of what happens
With Darian or whoever else, our client should be off scot-free now. And if he's not, it's just wrong. But 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. And I don't know, maybe in Japan that's the case. I don't actually know. We don't use the same terms. We use direct and circumstantial evidence, not decisive. And I've seen circumstantial evidence, personally seen circumstantial evidence convict someone of attempted murder. So, I mean, it can happen. I mean, I like the piano. It's just that particular song over and over and over and over again. Not really my thing. That's the rule under our current legal system. So then what's the point of anything else if you don't have decisive evidence? Literally none of the other stuff matters. That's what you're telling me. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, he would have already seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? Well, obviously, Maki fired the gun, killed Mr. Logic, and then Mr. Latouche. He dislocated his arm. Because of that, he couldn't play the piano, and he also smuggled stuff somehow. Yeah, exactly. It's just, this case is a mess. The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? It's the point of a legal system that protects criminals. Except it doesn't, which is really interesting. It's ironic.
Paulo, remember what Daddy said?
Be easy, Papa. I love it when you call me Big Papa. That's why I wear this hat.
Wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he just meant a weak spot, no? Kind of thing that a single spark could turn into wildfire of emotion. Would be able to press him further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. Well, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, come to this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, good guitars are kept dry as why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice, if you blow this one. It'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
What, this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Yeah, forehead. You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Thank you! The game acknowledges that it did this for way too long. Like, come on. Even if you're the game, if you write this line, then you should probably look back and go, maybe we should just not have this line and instead make the trial shorter. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Defense is prepared to show the court evidence. Be my guest. Be all of our guests, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence supporting your accusation against Darian Crescent. I honestly don't know. I first thought that it was this. Because did we ever find out why he had this? I've done it slightly longer before, but yeah, I just want to get through this case. Because it better not be another goddamn witness. I'm like picking evidence because I don't want it to be a witness. Although I don't know what witness is gonna help anyways. You don't have a ton of people involved. It's something about the very beginning. Is it literally the igniter? That is literally an igniter, no? I was thinking about that. Like, it's weird that they still haven't determined this, but are ready to make an a determination. You know, they never reviewed it. God. I did save, yeah. I looked at the remote and I didn't find anything. It's Phoenix. Part of it is I've streamed this for 6.5 hours and I just want it to. I just want this case to end. This case is... I was thinking we could make fun of him about his music again. How he missed that part. Yeah, I mean, I thought I checked this before. Unfortunately, they don't just let us dust for prints whenever we want. Yeah, this case should have ended like an hour ago. Like, at least. I have no fucking idea. Sure. Let me go to witnesses real quick. Just gonna... Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Oh, so what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. I mean, a witness. Proving his guilt is a tall order. I've got just the person to do it. Farewell, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? One person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tobae. Your client again? Maki Tobae was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It required just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. Cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. Burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. Residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar. Ah, very scientific of you. All science-y and all that. Thus, if Maki Tobae acknowledges agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. No, I just want to get this case over with. Let's move along. This case is... The writers have their heads way too far up their own asses here. Why not? A little key tickler wouldn't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law. Ah, yeah, see? Our pianist really was a smuggler. And testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? The other way around. Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here. He's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. I kind of just want to stop right now because of how asinine this is. But I just want this to be over. He can be extradited to his country. Not that it's necessarily guaranteed. Japan's probably not going to say no. Or Japanifornia's probably not going to say no. Especially since he's not even a citizen of this country. Yeah, no, we just deny laws of extradition just because. God, this is so fucking stupid. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but. But if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Morginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Maki Tobae. Ugh. Cocoon smuggling your entire plan. Maki Tobae knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. Crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. I am the judge.
Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked.
I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession?
Uh-oh, he's laughing again.
It's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. You're correct, they don't. But even if they don't, what would it be in it for Japanifornia? Or whatever country this is supposed to be in. Japan America. What would be in it for them for keeping him here? I mean, it's true that not every country has an extradition agreement with another, but that doesn't mean they can't extradite him anyways. And the game just sort of doesn't address that at all, which is the biggest problem. Like, you could have thrown in one line and be like, oh, okay, that makes sense then. Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Even if it means fucking my client over, you are disbarred immediately. Apollo Justice.
Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know?
What?
I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew from beginning, I knew.
Maki,
Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However,
it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Maki Tobae,
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges of the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Aww.
I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobae, not guilty. Court is adjourned. It could start a huge conflict, and that's one reason why they might extradite him even without a formal agreement in place.
I wonder what'll happen to Maki.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia, but not my fucking problem anymore. This is another... Let me just explain real quick. I mean, you guys probably already understand this, but this is another reason why this whole pseudo-prosecutor bullshit is infuriating for me. By the American standard, he would have gotten off. He would have gotten off without having to admit the smuggling thing. Now, is that right, morally speaking? No. If you commit a crime, you should do the time. But as an attorney, this situation would never, ever, ever happen in the United States. You're able to prove that he couldn't do the murder. That's it. That's it. You win. You're done. Your client's gone. But the game makes you do something ridiculous. And now your client's also, it makes you fuck your client in a way that the client should not have been fucked.
I guess there won't be another trial here.
All's well that ends well.
Daddy!
I you both my thanks.
Lamwar?
Why, is something wrong?
I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on the stage, your friend. Oh yeah, the friend that she was willing to let die because she wasn't gonna reveal something that would break the magician's code. Fuck out of here.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage?
I'm considering an eye operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again?
It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I fear that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting.
Painting?
That's right, she's the landscape painter in sound after all.
I'll paint the two of you, I promise.
Woohoo, I can't wait, Lamar.
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission.
Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon.
You bet, me too.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end, thanks to the trial. The guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gamez even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end. Ah!
yes. It's not a matter of... I'm not saying that narratively it's a mess. The case is narratively a mess, but narratively, the story could still be consistent with the universe's own laws. This is just simply from this is infuriating because it seems so, like, it goes against everything in my being. It is just so counterintuitive to me. Not necessarily to the story, because we've done this over and over and over again, right? But to me, makes me just want to,
I think of him as a son, but I signed a non-disclosure agreement, so...
No, I wouldn't snitch about the snuggling to the police. Why would I do that? It's my client. That's underprivilege. Again, as long as it's something that happened in the past, it's privilege, and I should not do that. Because you could be really hurt. Well, okay. I won't say that from a moral standpoint, from a ethical, legal standpoint under our code. I should not do that. But if he was going to smuggle, well, that's different. All right, later for quick odds. Next stream is Saturday. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it, Kyle. I'm not exactly sure. As I will say that the end of this case was infuriating. Like, it was a mess before, and then it just got absolutely infuriating. That's for 40 and 45. There's for the end of stream. Summarize this case. Well, duet music group comes in to rock with the Gaveners. Turns out one of the Gaveners is a fucking corrupt bastard. Wanted to smuggle a cocoon out. The kid in the group was like, yeah, I need money. Well, it's not explained why. So Chief Justice is like, oh man, we could use that cure. Darian Bruck, can you help me out with this? Darian's like, oh, no problem, man. So it all goes out with a hitch, except for the fact that their manager was an Interpol agent. He sniffed it out and got killed because of it, because Darian was like, well, you ain't gonna bust me, friend. And then they try to cover that up. There's a whole lot of nonsense about Magician's Code. That was a whole lot of bullshit. There was an act where one was blind and the other was not, and it turned out to be the reverse. We're done. We're done here. Next Apollo Justice stream will be Saturday. Oh, see, I think there was underdevelopment of the case, but I also found the characters to be utterly boring. And I didn't care about a single new character in Big Top. Except for Max, kind of. This case, I thought had more interesting characters. So I was more interested in happening. Halfway through Big Top, I'm like, I don't care about what's happening here. I don't give a shit. Big Top's characters were bad. They had very little redeeming qualities about them. But also consider that the whole thing about immoral is a social construct. It's not some objective fact in nature. So it depends on your perspective of it. But yeah, I can see why some people would think that. I have to follow my ethics lest I don't want to have my job anymore. And not everyone would see one decision as being worse than the other. But that's the thing. If you're a psychiatrist or a doctor and you hear that, are they immoral for keeping it silent? I don't think anybody complains about doctors like that the same way they complain about lawyers. So it's obviously a double standard, and that's a big problem. Or priests. I think priests are privileged here too to keep info, but I'd have to double check on that. Flaccid hair dude, blind child, blind siren, tough guy. There you go. Just in one big description. Oh God, man. Yeah, just keep that stuff in mind. If you're gonna blame me for something like that, you're gonna blame a lawyer for something for that, or for you're gonna blame a doctor for the same thing. Priests do have privilege. Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you, Drovian. I had never dealt with that personally, but I had assumed that would be the case. So they can still choose to speak, and they don't. It's not like the legal attorney-client privilege that prevents us from doing so. I mean, and that's why that's partly why Justice for All was the worst of the original three. And I say worst, but I don't really mean it. It's not a bad game. It was a really good game. It's just the other two are better. Like, I think the flaws in Justice for All come out a little more obvious. But yeah. All right. So we'll be back with more of this on Saturday. I'm off until Friday, in which we will do Among Us on Friday, members. KY will stream Final Fantasy 15 Thursday, and then nothing tomorrow. Yeah, I still like Just for All. Still a good game, just not as good as the other two. Like, people may like, what's the worst of the three? Well, sure, it could be the worst of the three, but still a good game, you know. You know. That's interesting. That's the law in your country, right, Tomek? So what am I going to expect for Turnabout Succession? Well, it looks like this guy wasn't executed for some reason, so I guess we'll figure out why that was. It's going to have something to do with Clavier's bro. I don't even remember what his first name was anymore. It's gonna suck if they talk with each other, because I'm pretty sure I gave them the exact same voice. Because I thought they were like twins, because they look exactly the fucking same. I guess Clavier looks slightly younger, but I think that's only because of the sunglasses, the glasses. Christoph, yeah, that's right. Well, that can happen here too, but we have to be absolutely compelled to do it. Oh, what's up, Final? Yeah, you have a good day? Yeah, I actually don't know what it is. There is, I mean, I'm sure there's a difference between doctors and attorneys. Some, you know, it's the rule somewhere, but, yeah, I don't know. That's something I'd have to look up. Right, exactly. But that's for anybody. If you get subpoenaed, you have to testify. Otherwise, you're in contempt of court. So, yeah. All right, everyone. No raid. It's early, like really early in the morning. Nobody's fucking streaming. I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for sitting through this 7-hour fucking stream, and I will see you next time. Take it easy.